Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the school committee meeting. It is November 13th, 2023, and happy Diwali to those who are celebrating. So we will begin with administrative business, the consent agenda. Would someone like to move it?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Stephen. Is there a second? Thank you, Suzanne. Any discussion first?
I
Ellen,
have
go
a
ahead.
question. Yeah, are we doing the trips with that too?
Yes.
So the trip to New York, which I think is a great trip, comes back at 12 o'clock in the morning. And I didn't see anything written about how the kids were going to get home at that point. And I don't know if all of them have parents who can pick them up or whatever. So that would be my only concern.
All right. Does someone have any details on that? Dr. Fortuna?
I believe, Helen, that the plan is for carpooling and family transport at that point.
Okay, if you could just, I'll vote for it, but could you just confirm that every child has a way home?
I will do that. I'll make sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Stephen, your vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes,
Mariah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, so that now brings us to a possible vote to authorize Steps to Success to serve beer and wine during their annual community fundraiser, the Step Up celebration, from 6 to 9 on Wednesday, May 22nd at the high school, subject to their successfully obtaining a temporary alcoholic beverages license from the select board. There'll be approximately 20 students who participate in the Steps to Success program. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and move it. Is there a second?
Sure.
Thank you, Suzanne. Stephen, your vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
yes,
Mariah?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So that now brings us to Ms. Clevis with the student report.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman. Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Clevis, your school committee student representative, and let's get into it. I'd like to start off my report on a lighter note, and our varsity sports teams have been doing pretty well as of late, so let's celebrate them, shall we? Both cross-country teams advanced to states, so shout out to them. Girls varsity volleyball made it to the round of 16, and although the boys varsity soccer team lost their quarterfinals game, they fought valiantly until the end, so shout out for effort. Meanwhile, the girls varsity team has made it to the MIAA semifinals, so make sure to cheer them on this week. They're playing against Natick. Oh, if you could just go to the next slide. Yes. And I'd just like to highlight some important dates for this month. Previous slide. Oh, yes, thank you. It's all good. The 8th was when the quarter ended, and the 16th is when we'll be getting grades back, so parents stay on the lookout for that. We had school off the 3rd and the 10th, and then we're going to have school off for Thanksgiving break, and the 21st is our girls' Powerpuff game, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be very fun. Okay, thank you. Student council is up and running. As a matter of fact, we held an assembly on the 8th during T-Block. Members introduced themselves to the student body, explained their role in school government, and emphasized the importance of student involvement and advocacy. Following Judiciary's brief cameo, we outlined potential initiatives for the school year, among them one led by our South Asian Student Association. We've disseminated a petition across school to make Diwali a Category 2 holiday and intend on having a student representative from SASA make a presentation to the school committee in the coming weeks, so stay tuned. Overall, a very productive assembly. Now on to a decidedly heavier topic, the high school's response to the Israel-Hamas conflict. The Jewish Student Union, or JSU, has held an affinity space during T-Block over the past few weeks, as has the Muslim Student Association, or MSA. Since last week, these affinity spaces have moved into lunch blocks, and to make it easier for everyone to understand the origins of these spaces and the impact they've had on the school community, I made a video featuring Headmaster Meyer, METCO coordinator Karim Azab, and student Yuval Levy. Thank you. Focus. Okay, so could you please introduce yourself, name, pronouns, position at school?
Sure. My name is Anthony Meyer. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm the principal of Brookline High School.
Yuval Levy. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a senior at Brookline High School.
Karim Azab, he, him, and I'm the current Brookline High School METCO coordinator.
I would say another key area has been creating affinity space or student support space for Jewish and Israeli students and for Muslim and Arab students.
I was really anxious coming into school that week, the week after. I was really, really worried that I would get to school and I would be facing anti-Semitism. I would be facing anti-Israel hate. And I think above all, I was really worried, more than even anti-Semitism and hate, is that the school would not talk about it at all. I was really worried that I would get here and that no one would say anything about it and that I would be completely by myself and that I would be living with these emotions and no one would have any sympathy for me because no one would care.
So dating back to the outbreak of the conflict overseas, a few adults and a couple of deans had reached out to sort of think about ways in which we could support multiple groups of students. And since I'm the current advisor for the Muslim Student Association, I think it obviously kind of made a lot of sense that I would be one to help sort of coordinate that. So originally, sort of in, not like partnership, but almost in coordination with the JSU and the JFU staff leaders, we kind of, the administration decided to have like two separate spaces originally for the first couple of weeks during advisory and then during X Block as well.
And so the consensus was we need a space for us to be able to talk about what's going on. We need a space for us to be able to share information in a way where we're able to ensure that it's information that was accurate. We're able to show solidarity. We're able to communicate about what's going on. That this affinity space, over 100 students were showing up every single week. More and more students were coming. More and more students were participating.
So I know for the Muslim and Arab students in the building, I think the affinity spaces have been really valuable for them. They got to be their authentic selves, which is not necessarily for that group of kids an easy thing to be in this moment in time in this district. I'm in support of it. I think whenever things happen like this, we had to weigh advisory time, which is a legitimate academic, social, community time where, valuable things are being taught, being learned. That's where, students are learning about school and the community and making community versus like the needs of these individual students. So while advisory time was awesome, I think the transition away from advisory time to a more general like lunchtime was appropriate.
No students come to these lunch walks. That's all there is to say. Students have a lot going on at lunch. I'm sure that the school administration is aware. Students either are meeting with teachers, a lot of students get work done in the library, and the majority of students want to eat with all of their friends during lunch. Lunch is 30 minutes. Half of the time is spent just waiting in the lunch line. And like I can tell you that me, someone who cares so much about this issue, is struggling to be able to attend these lunch meetings. I guarantee you that other students are not attending these lunch meetings because it's pushing it aside to a space that, just like after school doesn't work, just like X Block doesn't work, we need the advisory time the same way that the Black students need their advisory time, the same way that a lot of the Asian students need their advisory time. We need an advisory, even if it's to go over the slideshow that the school has handed out, that the school requires academic time. It's about being in a community together and less about what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So last question, what's your hope? What do you want to communicate to the Brookline community about this affinity space, the importance of it, and why you're doing this?
Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of interaction with a lot of members of the school committee, with a lot of teachers. I know from my experiences, I know that there's people in this school that care a lot, that have done a lot for furthering this, who I believe in this mission of making these students feel safe at school. Like in my mind, I know the people that I have worked with, and I know the people that I've interacted with, and I know that their intentions are good intentions. And I want to make sure that that's clear to anyone who's watching this, that I believe in the school's good intentions to make us feel safe. I think that a lot is lost when we're not consulted about things, when I'm not reached out to, or other students in the JSU are not reached out to. A lot of very crucial information is lost. A lot of, we're kind of the point people of the students at school. The students come to us with things that are concerning them, and when we're not talked to, a lot of really important information and stories and experiences are lost. Yeah. And I think that this affinity space, even if it switches from an affinity space to a normal advisory for Jewish and Israeli students for the rest of the year, it's absolutely crucial that we have a space that is cut out during the day, that is accessible, that is convenient for Israeli and Jewish students to meet at this time. There is nothing else that will help us. There's nothing the school could do that would support us more at this time than this space. And it's very, very difficult to not feel discriminated against right now. Considering all the other logistics that are going around, it feels like we have been denied something that so many other students are being provided. And since I do believe that the school cares so much, this is the way to make us feel safe. This is the way to make us feel respected. And this is the way to make us feel that the school administration is supporting us. This is the way to have us partner together.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think that for the students that I support in this moment in these spaces, it has been incredibly difficult to share any genuine thought, even outside of opinions around the history, the politics of the current events happening. I think it's been difficult for them to even express like sadness and empathy and hurt for the citizens in the conflict that more closely represent their backgrounds. I think it is super unfortunate that none of them felt empowered enough or even capable or protected. Actually, is probably the word. Feel protected enough to actually do this with you. And I think that just goes to show that there's a price to pay for showing a solidarity in this moment in time. And that was one of the things that's been expressed a lot in the affinity spaces. They just kind of have to shut up and keep it moving. Even while peers get to say pretty much anything they want. And that's in school. Outside of school on social media has been significantly worse. So I think it's an unfortunate reality that I'm the one on camera right now and not one of our amazing, students who have been and share the affinity spaces with me.
And on that note, I conclude my remarks. Thank you all and have a good night.
Thank you very much, as always, for your student report. I see that Helen has a question. Go ahead, Helen.
No, I wanted to, first of all, thank you for this video. I think it was very good and very helpful for us to hear from both from all the people who spoke. So thank you for that. My question actually was about something earlier about the, which it seems sort of silly now, but it's important to get the right information out. The Powder Puff game, I think, is on Wednesday and not on Tuesday, isn't it? It's not the last day of school before Thanksgiving? That's when it always was.
I'm aware,
She's right.
what I've
She's
been
right.
told,
Yeah.
and from the information that has been disseminated around school, the game is actually going to be on the 21st. It's going to be on the second, the last day before Thanksgiving break.
Fine. Okay. I guess the tradition has changed. Sorry.
Yeah.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you, David. Laura, thank you for this. Thank you for the video. I wonder if you could just explain to us just a little bit more about affinity groups, how they come to be. Is there an adult facilitator in the group, and it's open to anybody who wants to come? Just can you explain a little bit how that works for us?
Of course, more often than not, A faculty advisor, usually definitely an adult, will be present in these affinity spaces. I know that for the MSA affinity space, Mr. Zeb has been present. He's also the advisor, as mentioned in the video, and I'm sure that there are staff members who are also organizing alongside Yuval Levy and the JSU, those JSU affinity spaces. They're basically a space for students affected by the conflict to come together. To my knowledge, students who have been attending usually are affected by these events in a very personal way. I do know that an affinity space will be opened up to allies this week, and the effort to try and open up these affinity spaces to more people than just Jewish and Israeli people, also Arab and Muslim people, that's a recent effort. You know, we've just recently tried to open up these spaces for people who are allies or are also affected by the conflict. Yes.
So are the spaces a classroom and they're posted saying affinity for whatever the group is at a certain time on a certain day? Is that, and that's how you know?
Yeah. The JSU has had the MLK room for the past few weeks, if I'm not wrong, and the MSA has had 2 rooms on the 3rd floor of BHS. Usually they'll be posted on Instagram. The groups have Instagram. They'll post it on their story, basically telling everyone to come to those rooms during T block and during X block to be in community to process these very tragic events together. But as also mentioned, these affinity spaces will no longer be held in advisory or in X block. Well, not necessarily X block. They will be held in X block to my knowledge, but the shift is now towards lunch block affinity spaces, which were discussed in the video. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Anyone else? Sure, go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Laura, for that. I want to follow up on that last point because that was my question. I just wanted to follow up on Yuval's point that there are the ethnicity-based affinity spaces have 1 block, and she, if I understood correctly, is advocating for a similar block for religion-based affinity spaces. Can you explain a bit more about what the former block is and what the current block is that's set aside for religion-based affinity spaces?
Of course. So currently at BHS, there is the Scholars Advisory for students who are a part of the African American Latino Scholars Program. Those students will, I'm in that advisory actually, by the way, will just come together during advisory and be in community. And then there's also the LEAP Advisory. That's for students who identify as AAPI. What Ms. Levy is referring to, I think, is the fact that the JSU did have that space to meet during T block. It wasn't necessarily official by any means. It was just something put together by JSU leaders and administration. But now the focus has been moved to lunch block affinity spaces. I do think that she is advocating for at least until the end of the year or when the conflict dies down, just have that space.
Is that the kind of proposal that would go toward to the student government for consideration before? Is that the kind of proposal that could be taken up within the school internally for consideration?
I believe the deans and Headmaster Meyer would be the people to talk to about that. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Laura.
No problem.
My other question is, what's the link between METCO and the affinity space for Muslim students?
So Karima Seb is the METCO coordinator. He also identifies as Muslim, and he is in charge of kind of facilitating the
individual.
MSA
It's
space.
not METCO.
It's not METCO.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you again, Ms. Clevis.
Of course.
And until our next report. Okay, that brings us to school committee actions, FY25 budget guidelines, first reading. And I'll turn it over to you, Mariah and Dr. Givens.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. You all should have received a copy of the guidelines in the packet. This is the first reading, so and I think maybe the best thing to do is just hear feedback from people. David, unless you want something else specifically to happen, that's what I was thinking we could do.
All right, we can go straight to feedback. Any questions or comments? Suzanne?
Yeah, Mariah, I'm wondering if you could just point out things that are different from what we've done in the past. Is there anything in
Sure.
particular you want to highlight?
Yeah, there's, I'll say that one big highlight is that in prior years, the guidelines were drafted from the superintendent for the school committee to adopt, that essentially were in some way, but they were supposed to be from the school committee. And so rather than going through a little bit of a convoluted back and forth, they're just drafted by the school committee to the superintendent. So that's one way that they are different. Also, if you recall last year, we didn't have the strategic plan. So one big difference is that this refers to the strategic plan and being near final, and really talks about how at the bottom of page 1, how really the primary guideline for this year is really that everything that's described in the strategic plan is funded in the budget. And so that's clear. And that also, as we see things that aren't in the strategic plan, that we direct the district to start, as we see things in the budget that aren't considered to be contributing to the strategic plan, that the district identifies, let's say, a multi-year strategy for exiting those activities. There's some specific things on page 2 with specific years in them that we have discussed. And you can see that they're broken into 3 big categories, which are similar categories to what we had last year and that we talked about. Equity was one of our categories for last year. And then staffing and enrollment is one of the categories for this year, which ties to a lot of the things that we've talked about in the past as well. But you'll see that the big issues there are things that have all come up here in the committee. And then the last area is budget. And these are some of the budget practices. But again, all of these things that you see on page 2 are things that we as a committee have discussed, but may not be present in the strategic plan. And we just want to make sure that they get addressed. So those are sort of the big areas that are a little bit different.
Mariah, can I just ask about the equity? And I don't know if this is for you or Claire or Superintendent Guillory. On the equity piece, my understanding is that we don't necessarily have goals or action items for year 1 in the strategic plan. So I'm wondering how that gets played out in a budget context.
Well, that's why in FY26, not next year's FY25, but this asks for it by FY26 for an educational equity strategy. But I think it's a good conversation about whether that's going to be a problem or whether by FY26 is a reasonable request.
And Valerie, I would add that for FY25 under equity, it states as a guideline, fund extended school year programming such that it complies with state recommendations for the number of hours offered. So there's at least one tangible item that we're looking at for FY25 around equity. And I'm sure there may be many others that get added because obviously we have to start somewhere with some of these other categories.
Right. I guess I'm just wondering how we're prioritizing in FY26 and what we're doing in FY25 seems to be mandates, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am.
I mean, well, if the committee wants to push it up, and if I don't know if Dr. Galloway Jones is here and wants to speak to this, but if that's something that FY24, the current year, is being used to plan the strategy, in FY25 we see it implemented, I think that's okay to put there too. So
beyond compliance, though, the full day beep, that wouldn't be a state mandate, and I think that would be included by in the extended school year programming prong. Stephen?
Mariah, thanks for doing this. I'm not clear on why we have page 2 and why instead we aren't asking for what's on page 2 to be absorbed into the strategic plan, and if it can't be in the strategic plan, why it's there at all.
Those are great questions.
Are you putting them there because you think that they belong there, or are they being proposed by the administration, or some
I
combination
think
of
that
those
some
things?
of these things aren't necessarily strategic plan things, like fixing the class size in 1 year or whatever's going on at the high school. That's a very sort of unelegant way to describe what's going on at the high school. But I'm not sure that that would show up in the strategic plan. Nonetheless, I think that it's something that the committee hasn't adopted these yet, but many people would want to see that adjustment made. That's just one example. Now, could some of these things be in the strategic plan? Probably, and we should, and I saw that Dr. Galloway Jones unmuted herself, so we should probably make sure we get back to her to comment on that. But nonetheless, I'm not sure that they are, and so this is a belt and suspenders approach, Stephen, I guess.
Okay, I guess I'll just say that my reaction to this is that where there are guidelines like address class sizes, that doesn't seem to me like a guideline so much as an emergency activity. And where there really are guidelines like under equity, if those aren't guidelines to be adopted under the strategic plan, then I don't think it belongs in the budget guidelines. That's my reaction to this so far.
I personally like having the specific examples because I think it makes it real for those who would be reading our budget guidelines. I find that sometimes in our past guidelines, it sounds very aspirational and there's some nice language that's florid, but does it really mean anything? And so the second page, I think, helps spell out what exactly we're targeting and why it is that we are constructing the guidelines in this manner. So whether it appears here or somewhere else, I do think it's important to have, and I appreciate Mariah calling from our various conversations different priorities that we have for our budget.
I guess I would just say, David, that I think the strategic initiatives in the strategic plan are also very real, and they're also very digestible. And I think that could also suffice as a communications document for the community.
But it should,
Okay.
but that's the whole point.
Ellen?
I mean, oh, they can't hear me. Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, I heard you. Do you want to go ahead?
I don't
Let
know
her
if they can
finish.
hear me though, so I don't know.
We hear you.
We can hear you. Betsy is toggling between two speakers, so there's a bit of lag time
I
when
see.
virtual and in-person people speak.
Can you hear me now?
We can always hear you.
Okay. Given that we haven't seen the final version of the strategic plan, in an ideal world, I agree with you, Stephen, that many of these things probably should be in it, but we don't have that insight. I just want to flag that I have like 3 more minutes before I need to go to the airport, and I really would love to hear from Dr. Galloway Jones about this question of the strategy timing, if it's possible, David.
Sure, go ahead. Dr. Galloway Jones.
Hi there. And actually, it's not Dr. Galloway Jones. It's just Claire Galloway Jones, or CJ. But thank you. I would just say that, you know, I appreciate the guidelines. I just think that there's a lot more work that we will be doing over the next few weeks. I think when we have our presentation on the 30th and when the subcommittee meets, there'll be more things that come together that we'll be able to share that will be directly tied, that you'll be able to see that are in the strategic plan. So I just kind of want to put that out there because I think there's some things that are definitely missing that we'll be able to speak to that will feel a little bit more concrete and seem like they're really much more attached to the strategic plan.
Thank you. Helen?
So, you know, I agree with David. I'm going back to the issue of the second page. I think sometimes it's important to highlight these things, Stephen, even though it doesn't fit neatly into the strategic plan. Some of it does, some of it doesn't. But I think it is important because it is a budget item that we need to make sure that we fund. And so it's sort of a reminder to ourselves, to the superintendent, and to the public that this is what we care about. I just also wanted to highlight the return to the prior practice of holding reserve funds for a limited number of staff. Now, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Guillory, that's to hold a certain amount of money for staff if we find that we have a sudden influx of students for any specific grade or whatever. at the end of the summer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight that being there because I think that is important.
Suzanne?
Yeah,
Good
thanks,
practice.
David. Two quick things. One is, if, Claire, if we need money in our FY25 for your audit, perhaps that should be in there. I don't know, but as you said, you'll give us more details coming up on the 30th. So thank you for that. And then down on number 3, I get excited when I look at school improvement plans and having money at the building level. So I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I don't know that we've done that in the past, but I look forward to hearing what that might, how that might play out.
Anyone else? Stephen?
Just to make one last comment about this, I think what I've liked about the process behind the strategic plan, even though I think there's been disagreements about how to align the pieces of the strategic plan, is that there's been a really robust discussion behind a lot of the elements of it so far. So to the extent that the strategic plan will result in budgetary commitments, I feel pretty good to this date. I feel good at this point about knowing what's in it and knowing that I'm going to support budgeting everything that's in it. Whereas there seem to me to be new elements in page 2 that I don't feel have been fully aired. For instance, the education, the equity audit came up in subcommittee for curriculum, but that was the first we'd heard of it. And I would really appreciate a fuller, and I know CJ is planning a fuller discussion of it at the DEIJ subcommittee meeting. I think it would really behoove us to have that conversation before we commit to budgeting it, for instance. So just to explain my interest in having it be part of that process, that's what's behind it. I want to understand it better before I commit to budgeting it myself.
Anyone else? All right, well, this was docketed just for first read. I think something that would be helpful, could we have an indication from those who haven't opined about whether in general you like the concept of having this second page or some permutation of it included? Go ahead, Sarah. Welcome.
I'd like to just repeat what you had said earlier, is that it made it feel more specific to me. And so just kind of outlining it made it feel like we had some specifics behind it. So I do like the second page.
All right, Valerie, do you have an opinion on it?
I also like the second page, and I also, like Stephen, would like some more clarity on the equity audit. We just went through the strategic planning process, and so I'm sort of unclear on what might be overlapping and what it's going to cover and how much it's going to cost.
Okay, Suzanne, second page.
No, I think the second page deserves more attention and more conversation. And I think we will put some of those pieces in with the first page, and some of them will stand alone. So, and I know again that Claire is going to do something for the whole school committee on, I think, November 30th. So we will be hearing more about equity and what their ideas are.
Mariah, go ahead.
Thanks. Just that I think that there's a difference between making the decisions around what the equity program should be and making sure that there's funds for it. And this calls out funding the equity strategy. It doesn't determine the equity strategy. So I just want to be clear on that. And it even goes so far as to say whether it's centralized or decentralized, which are some of the things we've talked about. So, so I just want to make sure that we don't tangle up what we have to do in the budget with what has to be done on the work itself. And this is really a placeholder to make sure we fund what the decision is.
And I appreciate that it was articulated as centralized or decentralized, because I think the committee is maybe a little divided on that. It's an open question. And so this allows for both possible outcomes. All right.
And it says
Thank you,
things
Mariah.
like right
Enjoy your
sizing
trip.
the resources.
We'll now
Thank
move
you.
on to our next agenda item, which is the superintendent's report, Spotlight on Excellence. Dr. Guillory.
Good evening, everyone. We will jump right into our slideshow here. and talk through the superintendent's update, the spotlight on excellence, as well as re-sharing what was communicated 2 weeks ago, I think, to the community around the response to the war. So some community highlights. The MASC, which is the superintendent, the joint conference between the superintendent and the school committee that took place last week. Some staffing updates, important dates, the district response, and then the spotlight on excellence. So the first day at Driscoll School was Monday, October 30th, where the entire Driscoll School population held a parade from their old building into the new one, signifying the school's permanent move to its new address, 725 Washington Street. So while it was a rainy day outside, the faculty, staff, students, and parents really enjoyed the migration over to the new building. And again, we want to thank the community for the support of the building, as well as the construction manager, the district building department, the town building department, project manager, the PTO, site council, and all the staff that have worked hard for this move. We want to acknowledge the Massachusetts Middle School Cross Country Championship for 2023. Congratulations to all the Brookline runners who participated in the Mass State Championship Saturday, November 4th. Over 2,000 athletes from 192 middle schools in the state participated in the event held at Devon's Course. We had a number of amazing results, including a top 20 finish out of 170 runners for Reed Glover, Lincoln School, in the girls' 7th grade race. Shout out to coaches Eileen Ford at Lincoln and Daniel Hack at Runkle for supporting the athletes out in Devon's. Our fall screening for BEEP pre-K will be conducted Tuesday, November 14th. This is a free and optional service for preschool age Brookline residents ages 2.6 to 5 who are currently not attending BEEP. The fall screening day is meant to help families better understand their child's development and to determine if special education evaluation is recommended. Florida Ruffin Ridley Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. The Florida Ruffin Ridley Equity PAC is excited to organize the school's first ever Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day on Tuesday, November 14th. This is a great opportunity to come together, learn more about the civil rights movement, and walk to school with a purpose. Lincoln's PTO Thanksgiving Food Drive is holding, the Lincoln School PTO is holding a Thanksgiving food drive to provide 100 Thanksgiving meals to local families in need in Brookline. Food and other items are being collected until Wednesday, November 15th. So all those that are interested in contributing, please connect with Lincoln. The Office of English Language Learner Education is holding a community resource fair to learn about the many resources and programs in the Brookline area available to families of learners whose primary language is not English and who are not yet proficient in English. The fair will take place Thursday, November 16th at Florida Ruffin Ridley. And for more information there, reach out to our Office of English Language Learners, or English Learner Education. The Massachusetts Partnership for Diversity in Education has announced the BIPOC Retention Fellowship Program, a new initiative opportunity for its membership. The program will focus on centering experiences for BIPOC staff and provide the necessary support to impact retention, an effort aligned with OEE and PSB equity policy related to recruitment and retention. The MPDE will accept 30 participants, which will be first come, first serve. Understanding Brookline. On November 2nd, I participated in a panel along with our Medco Director, Malcolm Carthorne, over at the Florida Ruffin Ridley School. And there, the Brookline Community Foundation shared its new community indicators database. Several school committee members also attended and may have additional commentary on this, but I was there to speak about education, and again made a plug for the notion of universal pre-K and the importance of early literacy. For our strategic plan, the next steps and the timeline and next steps by 11:30, we will have a revised draft to the school committee. December 1st through 8th, we'll be collecting feedback from our community stakeholders. And between December 8th and 13th, the community feedback will be incorporated into the plan. And then the idea is to have the school committee take a final vote on the strategic plan by December 14th. Last week, Suzanne and I attended the MASC Joint Conference, and I'm pictured here with Secretary of Education Tutwiler, our keynote for that particular day, which was Dr. Darnisa Monty-Jackson and myself, and her topic was transformational relationships, best practices in long-term planning for equity and strategic communications. Dr. Tutwiler, myself, and Donna Newcomb from the Chelmsford School Committee were respondents to that panel. So great conference, and lots of great professional development took place there. Two staffing updates for us. We're happy to share that Christina Hernandez has joined the PSB as our Assistant Director of Educational Equity. Before joining PSB, Christina worked at Boston Public Schools, where she led diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging work at the James W. Hennigan K-8 school. She also taught culturally and linguistically diverse students and worked with families as a lead kindergarten teacher for the Sheltered English Immersion Multilingual Program. Prior to Boston, Christina worked for KIPP Academy as an ESL, or an English as a Second Language specialist. Christina earned her bachelor's degree in applied psychology and human development from Boston College, and her master's in education with a concentration in teaching English speakers of other languages from Boston University. We warmly welcome Christina to the PSB family. We are pleased to announce that Diane Johnson has joined the Public Schools of Brookline as the new Director of Finance. Diane comes with a rich experience in finance and operations for educational institutions. She began her career in 1996 as a senior budget analyst for WGBH Educational Foundation. In 2004, she joined the Cambridge Public Schools as the coordinator of financial operations and purchasing. She was named the Chief Financial Officer for Arlington Public Schools in 2009, where she spent 8 years before returning to Cambridge as a financial manager for facilities and transportation. In 2022, she joined the Shore Educational Collective as Director of Finance and Operations, a position she held until August. And Diane has completed her bachelor's in religious studies from Dartmouth, her master's in American religious history from Harvard. She attained her DESE licensure for school business administration from Bridgewater State College licensure program. And we want to warmly welcome Diane to the PSB community. Some important dates that are upcoming. November 16th is early dismissal for K-8 for parent conferences. November 23rd and 24th is the Thanksgiving break, and the district and schools will be closed during that time. November 30th is our K-8 dismissal, again for parent conferences. And then at that time, we will look at the remainder of December. We have another early dismissal, and then the winter recess is fast upon us. Again, I just want to share out, I think Laura did a nice job in sharing what was happening at BHS, but again, globally for our district response to the war, we've set up or had opportunities for staff and students to engage in one-to-one conversations as needed. We've created safe spaces. You heard Laura talk a little bit about that at the high school in terms of affinity spaces. Classrooms have had check-ins, teachers checking in on students as well as small group check-ins. And we've shared a number of social emotional strategies as well as tips for processing with young children with our educators. From the Teaching and Learning Department, resources have been shared from Facing History and ourselves with our middle school educators as well as social studies directors who've shared it with teachers. And then we've also shared out Resilience in a Time of War from the APA, which also provides some tips for helping teach students resilience. For our elementary students, we've shared how to talk to your children about conflict and war, as well as, again, resilience in a time of war, tips for parents and teachers of elementary age children. The Office of Educational Equity, again, has been engaged in a number of meetings with various community stakeholders. And the important note is that we're in the final stages of reviewing our incident reporting form. There's been a call for being able to report with anonymity. So we are refining our current reporting form to include that, and this information will be going out this week, probably as soon as Wednesday, if not sooner. But I have one more group that I want to review the current form. And this information will be, again, communicated out, posted on our website, but also shared out in our weekly message as well. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And then again, our Office of Student Services, this is where, again, all the work that's been happening with our guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, this notion of really checking in with students as well as families that have reached out to guidance counselors for additional requests for supports for their particular children. But again, a number of resources and supports have, these supports we've launched to really take care of our kids and their needs. And I have added a meeting with building principals. I check in with them to understand what they're seeing in their building, what concerns they're having, as well as what additional resources they may need there. And at this juncture, the building leaders feel that they are well supported and have the needs that have the resources that they need. But certainly we want to continue as the conflict and war continues to evolve. We want to make sure that we're taking care of all the needs for both our faculty and staff as well as our students. And at this point, we're going to turn our attention to our Spotlight on Excellence. We have with us the BHS Whipple Writing Fellowship. The Whipple Writing Fellowship was created by the parents of BHS graduate David Whipple, who passed away at the age of 25. The fellowship's mission is to support excellence in writing as a summer fellowship and year-round writing programs at BHS. We're pleased to have with us the fellowship faculty advisors, Dr. Jen Martin and Evan Mansu. They are joined by the fellows who participated in the summer program, and I will allow them to introduce them a little bit later. Now I'm going to turn the microphone over to Jen and Evan to tell us more about the program and their experiences.
Great. I think you might have stolen my intro a little bit. I'm Jen Martin. I run the
Jen, we can't hear you at the moment.
Still not at all?
Now we have you.
Oh, good. Okay, great. I think there might be a lag for you all who are in the room there. Hello, thank you for inviting us. Many of you already know me as the social studies coordinator at the high school, but I am also the former teacher of David Whipple, who is the student that we were just talking about. David was an incredible student. He graduated in 2012, and he died tragically in a car accident in 2019. And he and I were pretty close. I was his AP US history teacher. And when I saw his parents after he died, we had this conversation where they said, we really want to do something that honors the interests that David had. He had a really great time at BHS, actually, made great friends, close connections with many of his teachers. And so they offered me the opportunity to help them figure out what we could do that would benefit Brookline High School students like David, who had similar interests. And so they gave us a year of funding to just figure out what could we do. And we ended up creating the Writing Fellowship. The fellowship is funded entirely by the Gladstone Whipple family. And we're actually just going to start this year. It's in conjunction with the BCF. So that's where the funds are held by the BCF. And we're going to begin a fundraising sort of season, I guess, in order to fund the program for another decade. So we're really excited about that. And it's been going on for about 4 years now. We're in our 4th summer. We just completed our 4th summer. And we do lots of things for the fellowship. We're going to focus on the summer residency, which is kind of like the jewel of our program. But we also host professional writers that come to school. And we also have something that's called the BHS Story Hour, which any one of you could come and see this spring. Actually, it's sort of early spring in March, typically, in which it's a little bit like the Moth Story Hour for anybody who knows that wonderful podcast. And then Evan will tell us all about the actual writing fellowship. I just want to say that, 4 years ago, I came to a subcommittee to say, hey, can we accept these funds from the Whipple family to do this thing that's really never been done before? And I remember the subcommittee saying, of course we should do this. This is incredible. And it's really blossomed. We launched during COVID, literally 2020. That spring was our first fellowship. And we've successfully recruited incredible students. The writing fellowship is primarily a nonfiction fellowship, which is something that I think is definitely needed and has been wonderful. So let me pass it over to Evan. We've invited a few of the fellows because we knew we were a little limited on time. And I'll let Evan Mousseau tell you a little bit about what he's done with the kids. Go ahead, Evan.
All right. Thanks, Jen. So yeah, Jen just said my job tonight to tell you all a little bit about what the summer looked like for the fellows, and then kind of to get out of the way and let the fellows share a little bit of what they took out of the summer. They'll tell you about some of the things about the pieces they wrote and what they're picked up beyond those pieces to carry with them beyond just having a piece of writing at the end of the process. But like Jen said, the summer fellowship is a creative nonfiction writing fellowship, which basically takes the research skills that students tend to develop in their history classes and marries them to the craft of writing skills that they're developing in their English classes, and bridges those in a way that students don't often have the opportunity to do in the school year. So students apply in the spring with a pitch about the topic that they might be interested in exploring, but then early in the process, our accepted students meet to build community and also to narrow in on what exactly they want to cover. Any topic in the nonfiction world is fair game to them. They get a real great chance to explore a personal interest over the course of the summer while being paid to do so, which is a really cool opportunity for them. Early on, they work with me and Emma Siver, another BHS English teacher, to sort of develop that idea. And then they also work with Shelley Maines, who's one of our librarians, entering research mode, gathering books that they're going to explore for their topic, online resources they're going to pursue, and then also interviewing people and having like real lived experiences in their topics is a really big part of this that we try to lean into, given the summer timeframe, allowing them to go a little bit deeper than they would into something during the school year. Jen mentioned visiting authors during the school year. We also make visiting authors a big part of the summer fellowship as well. This summer we had creative nonfiction writer Kim Adrian join us, as well as Patty Wen, who's the editor of The Spotlight, the Boston Globe, come and share their experiences and advice with our writers, which was a really, really awesome experience. And then during the summer, we lean into a workshop model. So students are sharing their work in progress with each other. They're conferencing one-on-one with Emma and myself, really getting to develop this idea, workshop this piece through the summer, and then in the fall, share it with a public audience, both publishing the piece on the Whipple Fellowship website, and then we had a public reading event where students shared excerpts from their work as well. And so that's like a quick overview of how we spend those summer months. But I want to turn things over to our 4 student writers who are joining us this evening. And what I've prepared for, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and the topic that they explored this summer. And then Jen will follow up with another question for them as well. So students joining us, if you can have there we go, we're popping our cameras on. Hey, there they are. Let's see. So I'm just going to go down the line that they showed up on my camera. Matthew, can you start us off?
Hi, I'm Matthew Knock. My topic was on religion, and more specifically the relationships that people have with religion. And a big highlight of my experience was my interview with Mrs. Smith. She really changed my perspective on religion as a whole. I went into the experience being atheist and I came out being Hindu. I feel like it was a very transformative experience for me, and I really loved every bit of it.
All right. Thanks, Matthew. Mia, tell us about your project.
Hi, I'm Mia Fennan. And for my project, I researched and wrote about the concept of physical place and kind of how like humans interact with that and placemaking and defining home. And I got to speak with and interview and survey so many people from so many different backgrounds, which was definitely the highlight for me.
All right. Thanks, Mia. Tal?
Hi, I'm Tall. I wrote my piece about fandomhood and what it means to be like obsessed with something, whether like it fosters community or causes a toxic mob mentality. I think my favorite thing I did was like all the interviews I did. I interviewed one guy who had a sleeve of Harry Potter tattoos. That was one of my favorite things I did this summer.
And Sophia.
Hi, my name is Sophia Stu. So my piece was about like the connection between physical and cultural displacement. And then I like specifically highlighted gentrification in Boston's Chinatown. And then for like part of my research, I got to also interview someone who had like firsthand experiences with gentrification in Chinatown, which was a super cool experience. And then I also like visited myself and like I read a bunch of articles about like organizations and stuff, and that was like really cool.
Great. So I'm conscientious of time. We were going to have them share a little bit about process, but I actually think it'd be lovely if you have questions for our 4 students. I know we were supposed to leave enough time for questions. So I thought I'd pause here and see if you have questions. If not, I have one for them that they can give you another idea of sort of process oriented, like what they get out of the process that they wouldn't necessarily get during the year. But are there any questions first from school committee?
Anyone? Go ahead, Suzanne.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I just wonder if someone or someone's could just talk a little bit about the workshop process. What did that look and feel like?
Someone who wants to, I'm physically looking at you. If you guys pop your hand up, I'm also happy to just call on someone who I see. Let's see, Sophia and Matthew, why don't you both answer that one? Just sort of what's it like to be in a workshop model? Sophia first, then Matthew.
Yeah, so like in the beginning, we focused like for the first few in-person workshops, we really focused on finding what topic we were interested in. That took quite a bit of time. And then once we all like kind of narrowed it down, we began our long research process. So we all got like a bunch of books with the help of our librarian. And we began our interviews and that whole process. And then after like a couple weeks of that, we started writing, and we really went back and forth with like our mentors, like the teachers, Mr. Musso and Miss Diver, and also each other. So we all shared our pieces with each other over the next few weeks, like throughout the whole summer. And basically from that, we like bounced ideas off of each other and just continued revising our pieces until we got our final piece after a few months.
Matthew, you got anything on that workshop experience?
Sophia pretty much summed up all of it. I really love just working with everyone else and coming up with great ideas for both my narrative nonfiction essay as well as everyone else's.
Rumor has it that Matthew was a very excited participant in the workshop experience. In fact, on the night, Matthew was sick on the night that we presented the oral like reading pieces. And there was a bunch talked about you, Matthew, and how you brought such great energy to that experience and sort of like were the cheerleader of the other students. So shout out to you publicly at school committee. Thank you for doing that. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question also. What's the criteria for selection for the candidates who made it? Do they have to submit writing samples? Was it the quality of their ideas?
Oh, yes.
Was it more than that? Do they have to interview?
Yeah, it's actually all of the things you just said. But Evan, do you want to tell people how we select?
Sure. So I think one thing to lead with is that we let the students, the dozen students who were writers this summer know, like this was largest and strongest across the board applicant pool that we've had. And so students share a variety of things. They share a piece of writing that they've done in the past with us as part of their application, as well as a response to a written prompt that we provide, and a response to a question of what topics they may be interested in exploring. They also provide a teacher reference as well. So we follow up with teachers in the process. And we also conducted a few as part of the process this year to see how students do with like taking feedback and those sorts of interpersonal elements of the process as well.
Thanks. I also just want to know if the finished product is available for the community to read, and if so, where we could read it.
Oh,
Sorry
such
to
a good.
embarrass you if that's embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing. We want people to read the kids' work. We have on Brookline High School's main page under student activities and programs, we have our own tab, the Whipple Fellowship. I don't know, I can also send it to school committee, obviously.
That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have, 4 years of incredible writing, and our fellows were very strong this year, but we've had 4 strong years of just awesome writing. So thank you for asking that question. We do publish them. Yep.
Congratulations. Helen?
Yeah, so I'm wondering, first of all, thank you all for your presentations. It's really very exciting. I'm wondering, there were just 4 fellows, right? The 4 people who are here, or there were more?
No, this is a sampling, Helen, of we take 12.
Oh,
So typically
great.
12, and that's why we have 2 teachers. So we have a really good ratio of sort of like mentor teacher to students. It's 6 to 1, which is an incredible, I mean, I just have to say, and I think you all understand this, but the fact that the Gladstone Whipple family funds this, just incredibly unique experience, because it's expensive to have a teacher like Evan Mousseau just work with 6 students for 6 weeks. Like, and I think that you can tell in the quality of their writing. But it's actually 12 kids. We asked for 4 because we knew we were limited on time, and several kids were like, we're busy. But yeah, no, there's 12 of them. Yep. Each year we have 12.
That's fantastic. And I'm wondering if the kids have any thoughts about what would make this even better. I mean, it sounds fantastic, but are there any things that you would have wanted that would make it even better?
What a good question. I mean, I'm not trying to call people out here. Poor Mia and Tall, they kind of know that they're next, regardless of the question that was asked. I don't know, Mia, you want to take a stab, and then Tall, if you have anything. Yeah. Do you think
It
there's
may not be, it may be just right.
Totally.
No,
No, yeah,
fine.
go for it.
Yeah.
Mia, you're up.
Okay. It is a hard question, because for me the experience was really great, and I don't, there's nothing that comes to mind that like I wish was different. I don't know. I think something that makes the program really great is that, every year it's this selection of 12 great people. So it's never really the same thing every year. And it's always kind of being like built upon in that way. So I don't know if that answers the question,
No,
but
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
I'll go for it.
I also don't really know if I would change anything. I think I had a really wonderful experience. I think what makes this program really special is that we get to hear everyone's writing. Like, I feel like when we're in a classroom setting, it's like the teacher only gets to hear one student's writing and no one else gets to share each other's pieces, and it's very like one-sided. And I got to give feedback on other people's pieces, and people got to give feedback on my pieces, and I got to hear what other students can like do. And I thought that that was like one of the most special parts of the program.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Dr. Guillory.
The Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to the BHS Whipple Writing Fellowship in recognition of the Whipple Writing Fellowship students who love the written word and for providing the opportunity to develop and expand their skills as writers. Congratulations.
Goes to the kids for sure. I mean, Evan and I do some of the work, but they really have to produce the writing. So we appreciate it. And also we really appreciate the opportunity to come and do what Laura gets to do, once a month, and spotlight kids and what they're up to. Yeah, this was just great. This was great. Thank you for inviting us.
Sharing your achievements, very impressive. All
Jen,
right,
is
we
one of
will
the-
now move on to the next part of the superintendent's report. The district measures to respond to terrorism and war in Israel and Gaza. That was already, okay. All right, sorry. Did anyone have questions on that portion? Stephen?
Okay, so thanks very much for that report, Dr. Guillory. The description of what the district is doing to make students feel more safe and supported in schools. I thought that list was helpful for us to understand. Two questions. One is that there was a list of resources that you showed that looked 12th list of resources that was sent out on October 12th. Was that were those additional resources sent out after then, or are those selected from that October 12th list that I just don't remember?
No, these are the new ones that were sent out. And we sent these, so Jody, you want to come up? We shared this with the community 2 weeks ago now? November 2nd, okay. This group went out November 2nd, but we also shared them with educators also.
Okay.
Stephen, these were all of the student-facing resources that we sent to teachers. So it was the same list, it just looked different.
When you say student-facing, do you mean to be used directly by students?
Ones that were to be used by teachers.
Okay, is there currently a single web page with these resources, or do teachers have to go to that announcement to retrieve the resources? I'm just wondering if there's like an updated list that the district is using, or if it's by announcement. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And relatedly, so I've heard from a number of, as I'm sure you have as well, of teachers who have appreciated the head of School Meyer's request to have the 5-minute check-in at the beginning of classes, but have also felt that they needed additional guidance on how to make most productive use of that time. So I know resources is part of that, but are we also planning any professional development, face-to-face or virtual support for teachers to make productive use of that check-in time?
So are teachers giving that feedback to their principals?
I don't know. This is purely anecdotal feedback that I received.
Yeah, I'll check in with principals. We're certainly open to that, to provide the support that we need, because again, we want our kids to feel safe and comfortable in school, but also our teachers to be equipped with the information they need to assist them as well.
Okay, I guess it seemed to me that there has been a good number of anecdotes, though, about chilled speech in the classroom, of people being afraid to say the wrong thing, both teachers and students. So I guess I continue to be curious about the ways that the district is supporting teachers to have productive, constructive conversations in the classrooms beyond the provision of curriculum. So making the most productive use of that curriculum, Dr. Fortuna. I'm wondering if there's any planned professional development or any planned partnerships. So if there's any updates on that, I'd be interested in hearing that.
Yeah, and I know both Jody and Claire have met with a number of community members that are offering support around those venues as well. And so it's just a matter of, because again, this notion of making sure that we are providing resources that don't further ostracize or cause harm. And so it's just slow, I get that, but it's also trying to make sure that we do it the right way.
Right, a question I had earlier, you talked about reporting bullying with anonymity, and I'm
not bullying. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
you can just clarify that.
Sure. The bullying incident form, what we were trying to do is have one form rather than having multiple forms. But the bullying, and Claire is on, I think, still, the bullying piece for the incident reporting, that portion.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, anyone else? Okay, then we will be moving on to, oh, sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
And so I also wanted to ask you, Claire, about, I've had people ask me, does anti-Semitism fall under DEIB? And I say yes, but I was wondering if you could sort of expand upon that a little bit for us.
Hi there. I think what we've tried to be really clear is that, we are a district of no hate. I think in regards to trying to define what anti-Semitism is, we all have an understanding that we know that this is typically hatred towards our Jewish community members and our Israeli Jewish community members. But it's something that falls under all of us as opposed to just falling under my office.
Could you repeat? There are some problems with the audio.
So to repeat my question was, I've had people ask me, is anti-Semitism included in DEIB in Brookline?
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of a delay, so I'm not sure. Are you asking me the question again? I apologize.
Question is anti-Semitism included in DEIJ work here?
I'm sorry, I was frozen just a little bit. I think the question was repeated, and my initial response was that, again, that the public schools of Brookline is a place of no hate, and that we believe that we have a typical understanding of what anti-Semitism is, and that this is hatred towards our Jewish community members as well as Jewish and community members, and that this is not something that just falls under my office, but it falls under all of our purview, and that we don't believe that anyone should be exposed to any kind of hate and or harm. I'm not sure if you're asking me if
so
it's
we are
under
now
my
going
purview
to move
I'm
on
sorry.
to public comment.
I'm not sure if I'm being asked if it's under OEE to develop curriculum around anti-Semitism. I'm trying to understand what the question is.
It's a combined effort of school districts leadership. Now again, just so that's a reminder, these meetings are not interactive. To interact with school committee members. We are going to move on to public comment now, and those who've signed up can make further points. Due to, at past meetings, several people going well over the time constraints, we're going to enforce. First up will be Ms. Yael Alkali.
Can you hear me?
We can.
On what we just heard, again, lack of transparency to those resources. We'd love to review those where it's available online, lack of accountability, lack of ownership, very vague answer from the DEI leader. A month after the most deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. So I just want to acknowledge what we just been hearing here. So you know me by now. I'm a daughters who attend the FOR school. I actually been leading initiative and advocating for coexistence in the Middle East, cultural diversity and mutual understanding throughout my life. And I even was a Fulbright scholar coming here to the US to advocate for mutual understanding perspective. However, multiple perspective doesn't mean hate, doesn't mean promoting of anti-Semitism. I told my daughters I would speak here today, and she asked if I'm not afraid. I replied that I'm afraid what could happen if I. We are on a high alert as the FBI director warns of a historic surge in anti-Semitism in the US. We see increased police presence around Jewish synagogues, schools, and children's activities. We hear hateful anti-Semitic calls to hurt Jews, for our kids' safety. Unfortunately, this is happening here in our community. Never again is now. We cannot look away. You cannot look away, especially in the face of recent action by the leadership. It's been more than a month since the horrific Jewish massacre on October 7th by Hamas terrorists. The school reaction was a shock for our community when the Brookline Public School superintendent distributed harmful educator on reliable educational sources. We've called for your support loud and clear, but unfortunately we are still waiting for a resolution and a clear action plan. Where is the action plan? Your moral statement to this community you represent. Federal law requires schools to combat anti-Semitism. This is not a nice to have, it's a must. It's your obligation. It's our obligation. Title VI of the Civil Rights Mandate discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, or ethnicity. Promoting anti-Semitism is illegal. Creating a hostile environment for your Jewish students, it's illegal. We are calling you. Never again, it's now. Ensure safety for all students. Initiate a major reevaluation of current leadership, biases, agendas, and mechanisms. Take urgent action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alkali. For future speakers, if you could stand a little further back from the microphone, because I'm hearing that remotely are having some trouble discerning the words. Next, we have Ms. Fauzia Rashid. All right, looks like Ms. Rashid is not here. To Gili Nave.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. First of all, I was very happy. Oh, we're counting already, so I'm going to go direct. I would be interested to hear a little bit more about excellence initiatives in the town and funded by the town. So that's not something that I'm going to talk about now. So knowledge is power. Information, where everybody's opinion can be heard, where the most powerful information is a tweet of few words and 15 seconds videos on TikTok, where a lie that is repeated many times is becoming the truth, where data are not important. Kids in the Brookline education system in the past 9 years. I'm also a professor at Tufts University. In every opportunity that I have, I share how much I value the education system in Brookline, the amazing, talented, and dedicated teachers, and thank you for what you do. A system that is inclusive and welcoming to all cultures and religions, but despite this inclusiveness and openness, our education system is also very good at setting clear guidelines of what is acceptable and what is not. And to this date, 5 weeks after the October 7th massacre, that its consequences are resonating everywhere. There are no clear guidelines of what is right and what is wrong regarding that event and the inevitable flourishing of anti-Semitism. We have no means to guide a fact-based discussion with students. Demonstrations, posters, discussions are all over town. This is a time for hard conversations. If you look away, our children need to know what is right and what is wrong. The confused college kids that are citing the narrative of Hamas terror organization calling from the river to the sea are victims of this lack of education. They lack knowledge. They do not. They are talking about, not to mention expecting them to know they're calling for the murder of 8 million Jews. Brookline education system has to be better than that. Our education system needs to provide the right information to its educators, and truth is not fluid, and it should be stated loud and clear. I ask you to provide our excellent educators with the right training and information to be confident to lead the discussion in our classes, to provide tools to our children to analyze real data and get was a great leader. As my kid heard in class by one of her students, fellows, that is not acceptable, and they should know that. Killing civilians in their houses, Israel existence and Israelis is pure anti-Semitism. Please have guidelines and eliminate misinformation from the roots when it is still manageable. Iran, the finance source of Hamas, is calling Israel the little devil. October 7th happened in Israel, but deeply affects all of us. It could get much worse if we don't act now. Knowledge is power. Please empower our educators and children, set guidelines. They need them.
Thank you, Ms. Neve. Next, we have Ms. Kathy Ushakov.
David? Can you hear me?
Helen, go ahead. Do you have something to say?
Yes, so the speakers, if they have to speak slowly because sometimes words are cut out and it's hard for people at home to hear. So just as a reminder.
All right. I'm hearing part of it also has to do with distance from the microphone. So I think you're at a good distance right now. All right, go ahead, Ms. Ushakov.
Yeah. So I'm Kathy. I'm a parent of a second grader at Baker School. Opportunity to address all of you regarding the events on October 7th and the district response. So apparently over the past decades, we've found ourselves with ample of time, which unfortunately we use sometimes to divide our of race, ethnicity, religion, gender, geographic origins, political views, and many others. We even put new colors of rainbows for some people. And this led us to overlook the fundamental value uphold. Regardless of our backgrounds, it should be evident what is good and what is evil, our shared values. Another interesting observation over the past events, that despite the vast knowledge that is freely available for, we seem to become less informed and much more stupid. It is unbelievable how people with unlimited access to information can march and support slogans that they don't truly understand. So everything, right? We are closer to the education. So I know that we have some resources that we have for students and for teachers, but even for our past teacher and our support system in the Baker School, they all turned out and said, okay, right, thank you for telling us these things. We could do better because we didn't take the initiative. Like we are driving this car, and we should not be driving this. You are all professionals, right? You can make this thing happen, and you can educate our kids. They deserve better. We have a school education in Brookline. It's been 5 weeks. Everyone we feel that the hate is just raging, and there are no responses for it. And I would like to conclude, there are no sides, there are no buts. We have to act now. Never again is now. We should not fail our children. We need to save whatever our humanity, to understand what is the principles of life that we value. And I wish everyone a happy Diwali, and may light guide us all do this all together.
Thank you, Ms. Hushikoff. Next, we have Ms. Donna Perry.
Oh, I can't see. If you can't hear me on Zoom, you'll just wave. Thank you for having me this evening. I want to thank Superintendent Guillory for his and the school committee for their consistent attention to these issues. I also want to thank Anthony Meyer, Hal Mason, and all the educators in the Brookline High School who are working tirelessly in a very difficult climate to provide social. Jody, I didn't know you'd be here, so I want to thank you as well. In the past few weeks since we last spoke at school committee, we've continued to engage in conversations with community members, educators, parents, and others impacted by the events in the Middle East. I am continuously reminded of the critical and desperate need for the district's voice to address issues of anti-Semitism and hate speech. The lack of guidance around materials, training, and robust processes on what constitutes runs the risk of creating a vacuum that prevents students and staff from developing a set of shared expectations from which they can make informed decisions on what they can say and what they can't say. So I'm really thrilled to hear that that's the coming weeks. Questions like what is reportable, what isn't, how do we report, what is the process for administrators to investigate, what is the timeline for investigations, how are we, and I also want to stress the importance of giving our educators the opportunity and the time to practice and work through some of these processes and some of the guidance they're getting and work out any concerns they have. So I hope as you're thinking about that in the next couple of weeks, you're also thinking about providing them with that kind of collab time. We definitely need a reporting mechanism that isn't vague, that's concise, and doesn't depend on a trusted adult, which isn't, as we know in high school, many of our kids don't have trusted adults there. In some situations, the lack of process and the lack of robust training creates a void, similar to what Stephen was saying, and results in a silence that is incredibly painful, particularly for students who are directly impacted by the events in the Middle East and need to feel seen and acknowledged. Educators who want to be able to provide social emotional supports, but might be afraid to do so because they are not equipped with the tools they need to understand what is hate speech and what isn't. In other situations, the void results in a lot of other types of anguish of a student telling their coach what they saw on a teammate's Instagram celebrating the terror attacks on October 7th and the confusion and deep disappointment because of the subsequent inaction. The shock of a child whose friend anti-Semitic TikToks, the terror of a staff member whose colleague posts highly produced propaganda videos of an Israeli child stabbing a Palestinian child. And then, of course, the chants of "From the River to the Sea" and the rhetoric that Israel is a genocide, not posters. Brookline isn't special. This isn't going away. So we'll just keep showing up. We'll keep advocating. We'll keep asking questions. We'll keep talking to stakeholders, and we'll keep holding you all accountable to your fiduciary learning environment for all of our students. And we'll keep expecting you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Next, we have Ms. Danielle Lenz.
I hope you can hear me okay.
We can.
Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to me and others, and thank you for the update on what is happening to help our teachers and educators, and particularly for the push for additional in-person and more involved they are still in need for. And so like I said, my name is Danielle, and I'm a parent of 2 kids in the Brookline school system, a 3rd grader and a 6th grader. My 6th grader is actually sitting here. And I'm coming before you today to now against all the hate in the Brookline school system. Not in 3 months, not after spending meetings after meetings, but now. I'm sure you're tired of hearing all of us. We are tired. Procrastination that seems to be in the core of some of this process, or at least that's how it feels as a parent, has to stop. And we will keep coming every time until we feel that our requests are answered, that our children needs are met. There was a place I could speak at against the overall hate that we are observing in the Boston area and in general. Explain how I told my kids not to speak Hebrew out loud in the street, not to answer if somebody is asking them if they're Jewish. Not the place for that. Unfortunately, there is no place for that, it seems, these days. This is the place to make sure that no feeling like that and no fear of that source is coming to the Brookline school system. That the children are not only physically, emotionally supported. Racism and inclusion have been previously discussed at our school and others. We're in the Driscoll School as an example, as it relates primarily to color and sexual orientation, which is great, don't get me wrong. To some extent neglected as it became evident by the lack of responsibility for anti-Semitism in the DI system, that this discussion should be including religion as well. I know it's not easy for educators, this is not easy for us as parents, but that is not an excuse. I'm sure the teachers on an everyday basis tell kids that because something difficult, it's not like we can just not do it, right? And so the teachers should be supported. And it is great that they're getting resources that they can maybe open an email if they think about it, but they need more than that in order for them to provide supports for our kids. My 6th grader, it took over a week until he was approached by, in addition to just asking him how he is, also asked him to not discuss this matter at school. Really? Have you met teenagers? Do you think that telling them not to discuss something is what's going to solve the problem? Instead, we need to provide with clear message on what is right and what is wrong, both as it relates to actions and to words. And this should be up for not a single principal or another, not a single teacher or another. This should be a directive coming. This is our responsibility as parents, but this is the responsibility of the teachers and therefore of your responsibility to provide all these guidelines, to make sure that they are implemented, that it's not up to one teacher or another.
Thank you, Ms. Lenz. Next, we have Mr. Jacob Jaffe.
Can I just ask Helen and Sarah how audible this is?
So this is Val, Stephen. It's so people are coming in and out. I think if you stay straight on with a microphone, we might have a better chance. It seems like when people are shifting
Thank you
right
to the
or
school
left.
committee for hearing my comment here today. My name is Jacob Jaffe. I've been a Brookline resident for the last 6 years. I spent 9 years, my children are not in the public schools now, but I did spend 9 years as a parent in the Brookline public school system. Very thankful for the support we had in the Brookline public schools. And my family has lived in Clark Road for the last 60 years. Comment about something that was mentioned earlier in this meeting, and that is whether Judaism should be considered a religion or an ethnicity. In my view, Judaism is an ethnicity, not a religion, and I would encourage the staff in the school to understand Religion is something that you opt in of and opt out of. Your ethnicity, in contrast, is something that you are born with and is not something that you can alienate. One thing that we discovered a month ago and that we're seeing in America today is that Jews who are atheistic are still considered to be Jewish on the basis of Jewish blood, on the basis of Jewish ethnicity. As far as myself, as you may notice, I am visibly Jewish as I walk around the town of Brookline, whereas people's religion is often something that is. I cannot hide that I am Jewish. When I go anywhere in Brookline, it's obvious to other people. So I think it's important when we talk about ethnicities, this is true both when we have check boxes for intake when people join the schools to identify what their ethnicity is. I think it's also important for us not to consider Judaism to be like Christianity, Hinduism, other religions where people really opt into it. Because I think that if we start seeing Judaism, I think that we'll talk about it differently, and I think our students will feel about it differently. Since I have 1 minute left, I also want to thank you, Stephen, for your comment before. And I want to note that I really feel for the teachers today to check out the news. And one reputable news organization led with, there is an Hamas gun depot under a hospital. According to the US intelligence, a war crime to store ammunition under a hospital. I went to another news organization, totally reputable, made mention of the siege of the hospital with no mention of Hamas's war crime. I totally feel for the teachers. How are they supposed to know they're going to see a situation where reputable news organizations have such widely disparate facts? I truly do feel for the teachers. I would recommend perhaps canceling school one day and having a full in-service professional development for every staff member of the Brookline volunteer towards the planning of that, because the teachers really don't know. And they really are not able to figure out fact from fiction. Not every teacher is supposed to be an expert on river to the sea, what exactly that means. Is that about freedom? Is that about genocide? They're not experts. Perhaps we should cancel school for a day, arrange a professional development so that the teachers can get the information that they need to be able to support the students and citizens of all of Brookline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jaffe. Next, we have Ruvi Kitov.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ruvi Kitov.
Sorry, just a moment. Just again, as a reminder, we're watching over the internet and on TV, to just be careful how you enunciate and the distance from the microphone, okay? Well, I'm getting some feedback that some people are heard clearly. It seems to depend on the distance of the microphone.
Helen, did it, the school committee?
It's still doing.
Does it, can you hear when we're speaking into our mics?
Can
Are
you
you getting
hear
the
me?
same kind of feedback?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I started talking a while ago, but you just heard me. It goes in and out, and it's not clear why. I keep on
But
watching.
when the rest of us on school committee are speaking, is it the same problem?
Sometimes, not the same way, not the same way. It's just, it seems like, people would speak and we'd hear clearly, and then all of a sudden it would just go out for a few seconds.
Further.
Like somebody was stopping it for a few seconds.
Is this good? Can you guys hear me? Yes?
I can hear you.
Maybe try to maintain the same distance throughout. That
I
might
will
help.
try.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Kitov.
Thank you. My name is Ruvi Kitov. I'm the parent of 3 kids that went to Brookline schools. Currently, Noah is a senior at Brookline High School. For those that are unaware, Brookline High School allowed the Jewish Student Union to meet in affinity spaces for 4 weeks following the massacre on October 7th during advisory block time. Over 100 students participated in the Jewish Student Union each week, an unprecedented number. Last week, those affinity spaces were taken away and room for students to meet in during lunch break. That means that instead of talking about these critical issues during the advisory block, the students need to feel more isolated by separating from their peers during lunchtime if they want to participate in the group. The students were very upset about this decision. Head of school why the affinity spaces were discontinued, and he said the following in an email: "We have a limited number of advisors, and more importantly, an advisory curriculum and program." End of quote. There are 4 permanent affinity groups that I'm aware of: LEAP for Black students, Latinx students, and Asia Pacific students. Some of these groups are allowed to meet during the advisory block. I've asked Anthony Mayer to establish the Jewish Student Union as one of the permanent affinity groups, and I have not heard back yet. We go back and try to make sense of what's happened on the inadequate emails and anti-Israel content that was shared with teachers. We know that teachers were specifically instructed not to discuss the October 7th massacre or the war in Gaza. At first, I was shocked by that, but now, given what we're seeing on college campuses, I'd rather have the teachers learn history first and ensure they're not suffering from the same moral confusion that's gripping many on college campuses right now. We know of efforts to get the teachers and administrators of Brookline schools properly educated on the conflict and what's going on in Israel and Gaza. Yet, and Superintendent Guillory seemed surprised today that teachers need further training and resource. Well, that's not surprising to anybody here in the room, at least not to me. So here we have Jewish students whose teachers are not saying anything about the are sharing daily pro-Hamas propaganda on social media. And when they find a source of strength in each other and in the Jewish community at school, that opportunity is moved aside due to resources and curriculum. Why should Asia Pacific students, for example, block and not the Jewish students as well? The Jewish students are the ones in critical need right now of coming together as a community. There's a clear need for more support for Jewish students, at least for the next few months, while the level of anti-Semitism all around us is so. Back the affinity spaces during advisory block. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kietoff. Next, we have Dr. Jana Schechterman. Oh, sorry, Ms. Schechterman.
So good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Can you hear me well? Sarah?
So far, so good.
Okay, excellent. So,
however, remember.
Okay, thank you. So in tonight's school committee meeting, I want to share a deeply concerning incident involving a 10th grade. And with your permission, I would like to approach to the table and distribute a post, an Instagram post, which I removed the name of the student that posted it. So this, and Helen and Sarah, I'm happy to forward that to you in an email after my remarks. So this post was shared last week, and the students draw a disturbing parallels between Hitler and Prime Minister Netanyahu, comparing the genocide at Auschwitz to the war against terror in Gaza Strip. Notably, this post also mirrored the swastika with the Star of David. This troubling content was brought to light when the Jewish student, again, another 10th grade student, secretly shared it with her mom, asking her, "Mom, is that true?" An option for an anonymous reporting option for students, anti-bullying option. How can a student know what to report? How can a student know what is considered to be hate, what is considered to be anti-Semitic, or because they just saw it on Instagram, on TikTok? How will she know what constitutes hate speech? And I continue to ask, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for more severe incidents before we equip our educators? They tell us they desperately need it to prevent hate and biased speech in our school system. And with your permission, I want to draw a parallel. Can you imagine a scenario 5 weeks after the kill? There will be no training for educators about racism and discrimination? This is horrifying even for me to think about it. Ignoring these crucial topics does not make them disappear. Allows hate and bias to prosper as a result of students' ignorance, educators' avoidance, and districts' complacency. Are all ideas acceptable? Trivialize the horrific events that happened to Jews? It's imperative to establish clear guardrails, defining what is permissible and what is not permissible within our system. We might create the well-being of all our students, which means creating anti-hate procedures, protocols, and training for our educators. It's vital to ensure that there's no hate in our schools, and nobody will even consider posting social media. What else needs to happen so the Brookline public school system will do what it takes to cultivate a respectful and safe environment for our children?
Thank you, Ms. Schechterman. Next, we have Dorit and Shaylee Zilbershot.
You guys hear me? My name is Shaylee Zilbershot. I'm a sophomore at Brookline High School. I am a Jewish Israeli American who immigrated to the United States when I was 3 years old. As I'm sure you know, we've been experiencing a spike in incidents across the United States since the events on October 7th. According to the ADL, there have been 312 reported anti-Semitic incidents between October 7th and 23rd of this year, 190 of which were directly Hamas. During the same period in 2022, ADL reported 64 incidents, 4 of which were Israel-related. If you do the math, that's an almost 400% increase in the number of anti-Semitic incidents compared to last year. And it's not just numbers. It reflects a disturbing trend that affects real lives and real people, including mine. My brother wears a Magen David, a Star of David necklace, a symbol of faith and identity. In my house, it's a constant battle in public. Every couple of days, my mom asks him to take it off, to hide part of his identity for the sake of his safety at school. And every couple of days, my brother refuses. He truly believes that he is protected in our school. That even though there have been anti-Semitic incidents everywhere else in the world, that won't happen here. And what this ongoing debate has led me to ask is, how safe are we? I know that racism. I do too. I know that Brookline takes pride in its support for the LGBTQ community. I do too. However, there is a void where anti-Semitism and its impacts on students like me should be acknowledged and understood. The pride are at odds when students and teachers at Brookline lack awareness of what anti-Semitism even is. I stand before you not to point fingers, but to bridge this gap in understanding, to start a dialogue that is undeniably difficult, but is necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Zilbershot. Next, we have Mr. Sasan Zelcha.
My name is Sasan Zelcha. I'm a town meeting member. I would like to first thank you, David and Helen, for your leadership during these difficult times. I'm here tonight because I'm concerned with the right of our community. I'm horrified with what's going on at universities, and with the latest poll that 25% of those students feel that what happened on October 7th was justified. Those kids didn't wake up one day and that started a long time ago with our education system. Their decisions and how they came to justify that started with the education system at elementary and high school. I'm concerned with the safety, just like other parents, I'm concerned with the safety of my kids. Jewish parents have asked their children not to display that they're Jewish. They're afraid their kids will be bullied and harassed. One element, his son no longer wears a kippah because he's afraid. No child should fear for their safety. We have failed them as adults. We need a definition of anti-Semitism with examples for reporting hate incidents, and we need training for our educators and our children so that anti-Semitism is not acceptable. We need school committee to take responsible steps to address these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zelha. Next, we have Ms. Faith Dantowitz.
Of course, just a second. I just left my phone over here. You want to go to the next person?
All right, we have, do we have Siddharth Srivastava?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Welcome, Mr. Srivastava, whenever you're ready.
Of course, thank you so much. My name is Sid Srivastava, and my wife and I are raising 3 children in Brookline. And today I'm here to voice a concern to the committee. I know that you're aware of, I'm aware of these discussions going on about de-leveling at Brookline High School and a new grading system. And I think there needs to be preservation rather than taking away of challenging opportunities which maximize each and every student's potential, including high-level opportunities such as AP and honors classes in the high school. And I've been thinking about this through the lens of my father, who passed away a few years ago and who was a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Louisiana State University. My father grew up in India with very limited resources. There are times that he didn't have electricity. He often studied by candlelight. He didn't have much in terms of means, but he had a family who touted the value of striving to excel in every learning opportunity as possible, because excelling in education was the key to escaping poverty. In his eyes and the eyes of this family, America was the land of opportunity and gold standard of education, and being able to push one's educational journey to the maximum as a way of not just realizing, but exceeding one's potential. And so he did, seizing every educational opportunity available to him, which allowed him to go from living in poverty without electricity, having to study by candlelight, to becoming a full professor at a university in America. This was the educational dream for my father, and his legacy to me, which I will pass down to my children, is this. There's a deep importance and value in providing as many challenging learning opportunities as possible to every single student in order to maximize their potential. To my father and to me, this is the embodiment of the American dream. My father and mother immigrated to the United States in the 1980s. We lived in New Paltz, New York, and then Baton Rouge, Louisiana in 1990. Growing up, my family couldn't afford to give us private music lessons. They couldn't afford to give us tutoring in math or other subjects. But what we did have was access to amazing teachers in the public school system, as well as challenging learning opportunities to push me to where I am today. The high school that I went to, Baton Rouge High, is a public magnet school that is proud of its, quote, legacy of excellence, raising standards, and providing the opportunity to build a solid college prep background. Baton Rouge High, I think, is more diverse than Brookline High School. It's 30% African-American and 10% Latino, and 15% receive free or reduced lunch. Moreover, it values social justice and is one of the only 60 high schools in the nation that offers AP African American History. An article put it best when it said, AP African American Studies course draws national controversy, but not at Baton Rouge High. At this very day, my old high school in Baton Rouge, Louisiana is offering its diverse student body access and support to excel in AP honors classes. Real equity has to include providing challenging opportunities for learners of all backgrounds. And as you begin to budget your budget work this year, please ensure that the opportunities for challenge at Brookline High School are preserved, not removed. That has to be part of any plan for equity and justice. Thank you.
All right, next we'll go to Ambika Srivastava.
Hello, I'm Ambika Srivastava, and I'm an FR parent, and I wanted to comment mainly on the decision to cut down on the 1.5 FTE from student-facing teachers in the high school. I believe strongly in educational equity, which I believe means providing every student with the support they need in school to excel to their full potential and more. Brookline High School has many programs in place now that are wonderful and proven to help increase opportunity for historically marginalized groups and decrease achievement gaps for students. The calculus project is working, not only in our schools, but in Newton and California and elsewhere. This is a great model. The after-school teaching, tutoring classes are working, giving students close attention to help them excel and move to the next level. The Steps to Success program is another example.
Oh my God.
These programs that are working in our schools should be expanded. More students should join the calculus project. More should receive academic tutoring, not only in high school, but in middle school too. More teacher FTE is needed to achieve this goal. However, the solution to maintaining and expanding these programs should not rely on cutting teacher FTE from challenging courses or any student-facing time. When we have overcrowded classes, guidance counselors writing letters apologizing for lack of access to core subject classes, including APs, and we are reducing or talking about reducing opportunities for honors, advanced, and AP courses, that is not equitable. Challenge and opportunity are equity. Educational equity requires prioritizing student-facing FTE to make sure all core classes can be staffed and offered every year, ensuring access to academic excellence at every level and ensuring every high school graduate can feel proud of their accomplishments. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, we will now go back to Ms. Dantowitz. Mr. Yuri Mariash.
David, he's in the participants. David? Ah, good.
Hey, can you all hear me? Hello?
We actually don't hear you, at least in the school committee room.
You cannot hear me.
Now we can, all right.
Okay. Hey, hello, everybody. And again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak during the open comment section. I apologize for being outside. I'm just coming back home from a meeting, and appreciate everybody's time, especially the people who showed up in person and doing the great work that they have. And I'm actually going to tie both arguments here. I think early on, we heard from a lot of Israeli parents. As somebody who grew up in Israel, I definitely share the sentiment. And I also share the sentiment of the previous speakers, the couple of speakers that talked about the need for academic excellence. And I think, I think they both are connected. I think we are not focusing enough on academics. And when I say academic, that doesn't necessarily just mean mathematics or physics. It also means history and social studies. And, as a taxpayer and as a parent of three in Brookline, I feel like we're doing a disservice to our students by not focusing on academic excellence across the board. That includes many issues, including issues like history and looking back and giving our students an opportunity to discern good and bad, right and wrong, and letting them make their own judgment, because I think we're not providing enough funding, and I'm hearing the lack of funding or the reduction of funding for AP classes, and it just hurts me because I think because if we don't provide advanced classes and let people dive deeper into history and understand facts, we're in a situation where we're controlled and dominated by social media and slogans of like, this and that and fighting for this. And kids just don't have enough background and understanding of these things. So I beg everybody, and you guys know me from the previous round of me participating in the school committee meetings. Thank you for the hard work you do. And please keep funding academic excellence in Brookline. This is important. This is why people move to Brookline. This is what helps kids grow up as responsible and well-educated and well-rounded adults. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mariash. We'll now go to Ms. Faith Danswitz.
Sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I appreciate all of you and all you bring to these important meetings. I'm happy to hear the important additions to services for our Jewish and Muslim children, but I remain very concerned. As the spouse of a third-generation Brookline High School graduate, I am also a parent mentor for families of students of color inside and outside of our community. I'm also the child of a Holocaust survivor. I live with this trauma daily. My children are also by our family history. Trauma is part of many of our lives as Jews, and we are not alone. Many families have suffered, including those in Brookline who have directly experienced multiple generations of violence in Israel, in the West Bank and Gaza. It's hard for many of us to sleep at night. It is itself compounded trauma for families from both Israel and from Gaza who've lived in war zones. We must ensure all our children are given the support they need to be successful. This support must be differentiated for students with disabilities, regardless of how our children express their fears, regardless of their ability or disability. Too many of our children do not feel safe. The news has shown crowds in many countries calling death to the Jews, and social media tropes that are dangerous and hurtful. As rational, mature adults, many of us also do not feel safe. But how can any of us, kids or adults, understand this hatred? I, for one, do not understand it. But when it comes to our kids, it must to ensure all our children feel safe in school. Children need more than resources in school. They need to feel safe, and they need to be able to access support as needed, just as their peers and other ethnic groups do. It's just not enough right now to mention. They must be given meaningful access to this space in a way that does not feel intrusive to our students. Even if a student is not a visible part of the Jewish or Muslim community, students must all find safety and be able to access group support in order to. We must ensure that all classrooms led by our educators, guidance counselors, and social workers leverage these opportunities and teach our students about hate. What are our students feeling? What are they being exposed to? There are shocking hate-filled tropes commented on via Instagram, Facebook, TikTok daily. Here are just a few things that our children are being exposed to. It feeds the hatred and spreads yet more damage and trauma to our kids. Jews killed the Jews, not responsible for the October 7th massacres. Jews are responsible for the October 7th massacres. Jews control 95% of the media. Jews want to control the world. Hamas are freedom fighters. Jews are evil. State. Israel is an apartheid state. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, which according to Hamas is a call for the death and destruction of Israel and all Jews. 6 million Jews did not die in the Holocaust. We continue to the rape, torture, and murder of our families. Then there are the horrifying questions that are almost impossible to conceive an answer to about October 7th. How do you know women were cut open? How do you know people were tortured? How do you know women were really raped? It stated that the murdered babies shot in their cribs or burned to cinders were not beheaded. The post was liked by more than 10,000 times in 3 days. The original Twitter post was shared more than 50,000 times in 3 days. There's a real as well. All Palestinians are terrorists. All Palestinians are evil. Muslims want all Jews dead. Islam is an evil extremist religion. We can't have our children propagating these tropes. Anti-Semitism, according to Reuters, Islamophobia is up approximately 182%, according to NBC. It is all appalling and terrifying to our children and young adults. It's terrifying to me. Unfortunately, we just heard from DEIJ for the to me that she does not feel a sense of responsibility. Why am I sharing this? Because today I ask you, what are the safety measures being put in place for our students and our educators? We are seeing so much hate. It feels essential that we must not. Sorry, I'm so dry. What are the strict parameters, what are the strict parameters for supporting our Jewish students and educators in immediately identifying anti-Semitism, addressing what is and is not acceptable for their safety and their mental? Similar strict parameters for our Muslim students and educators, also immediately identifying Islamophobia, addressing all the same concerns for their safety and mental health. How are we meaningfully educating all students that hate is not articulating to our youth what are lies and what is real? What is trope? Do we even all see the trope as untruthful?
Sorry to interrupt, but you have gone a bit over. If you can please conclude.
I'm almost done. This is what I feel is truly needed for our children, and to try to create an atmosphere of support, compassion, and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Dantowitz, and that concludes public comment for. We will now move on to presentation and discussion of current issues. And first up will be an update on special education independent program review with Deputy Superintendent O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the privilege of your time this evening. And I am Lisa O'Connell, your Interim Deputy of Student Services. Dr. Guillory, thank you so much for putting up my slide presentation. And we can move on to the second slide. Thank you. This slide reflects our Office of Student Services agenda for this evening, targeted to 3 specific areas. First, I wanted to provide a brief update regarding the tiered focused monitoring review, a mandate by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. I'm then going to reflect on updates from the independent special education review conducted during the 2021-2022 school year under the direction of Dorsey Yearly. While the recommendations from this independent review were shared with the school committee in November of 2022, I wanted to share some of our achievements, works in progress, and general updates. And finally, last but not least, my fantastic special education leadership team will be sharing a preview of the new IEP forms officially going into effect in September of 2024. Thank you. For purposes of providing context, I generally begin my presentation with this slide. We're all aware that broad brush special education is for children ages 3 to 22. The Individual with Disabilities Education Act is our governing law for special education. And in Massachusetts, it's further complicated by the constant interplay of federal and state regulations. This is a list of our extensive legal requirements in the world of student services, and there are no restrictions for these federal and state mandates, which address services that are provided at no cost to parents and guardians, are provided by licensed certified teachers, specialists, and clinicians, meet state curricular standards, conform with individual education programs or IEPs, and ensure educational progress and equitable access. Next slide, please. The tiered focus monitoring review, as I said, is mandated and coordinated by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. It's conducted every 3 years, and it's fundamentally a checks and balance process for the world of student services. District and charter schools are reviewed through this process, which emphasizes elements most tied to student outcomes. Because this review is extensive and complex, DESE generally focuses each review on either Group A universal standards outlined on the slide or universal standards for Group B. The public schools of Brookline are preparing for Group B. Next slide. Scheduled for the spring of 2024, Group B will tend to focus more on licensure, parent engagement, facilities, time on learning, and equal access. It will be less about student eligibility for special education, IEP development, and specific IEP services and programs. Our first orientation with DESE is scheduled for December 18th, coming right up, and the DESE team will be on site with us the week of April 8th to the 14th. There'll be a lot more information to come, but I did want to provide the committee with the general schedule and outline of what we are preparing for in the world of the Office of Student Services. Moving on to the independent study of special education programs and services, we shared the preliminary findings over a year ago, reflecting 4 major areas of focus outlined on the slide above: to revisit the administrative structure for special education and more broadly for the Office of Student Services, to take action steps to enhance our collaborative relationships with families, including our Special Education Parent Advisory Council. The third area was the recommendation to enhance pre-referral practices and procedures. And finally, the fourth category was to consider programming options to enhance equal access for all students in both general and special education. The report, I think, got it right. And as I review the 4 major categories where recommendations have been made, tremendous progress can be shared while there is still work to be done. So I'd like to walk through the 4 major recommendations, each one complex in its own right. The first recommendation reads to reconsider the administrative structure for special education. During the 22-23 school year, OSS approached this recommendation by analyzing the expansive job responsibilities of our then 2 directors of elementary special education. Members of the community may recall that we had a director of high school special education, 2 directors of special education for pre-K through grade 8 programming. Next slide, please. So, as I said, there were 2 pre-K through grade 8 directors of special education that were responsible for 4 to 5 schools, including BEEP programs, which at the time were housed across 7 locations. The special education director's chief responsibilities are interlaced with each other: supervision and evaluation, coordination and planning, budget responsibilities. These elements are non-negotiable and critical to day-to-day operations. We remove one element of this job description and the pyramid falls apart. Next slide. Because the independent review also suggested a broader look at all of our OSS administrative structures and deeply committed to increasing our focus on district-wide mental health, student wellness, and social emotional learning, we took the opportunity to reflect on the current administrative structure of our clinical services as well. Instead of the current director-assistant director model, with thoughtful consideration, we've drawn the conclusion that 2 senior directors of clinical services and social emotional learning, 2 equal partners, is the best model for serving the complex needs of PSB students. This shift does not require any additional FTE increases. In essence, these 2 slides show that we've created job descriptions where responsibilities for social emotional learning, professional development, civil rights, just to name a few, are shared. Dr. Dubois recently talked with you about the YRBS data. Next slide. The impact of adding the 3rd director.
Wait,
of
I'm sorry,
special
can I just
education-
ask a clarification question?
Sure.
You just said that the shift from the director of special ed to the 2 senior directors does not, is that right?
No, I'm sorry. We looked at the 3rd director of special education. And we also took the opportunity to look at our director, assistant director model of clinical services, two separate things.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. So the impact in terms of indicators of progress, the impact of adding the 3rd director of special education pre-K through grade 8 has been significant and powerful. Increasing collaboration and communication, increasing accountability for higher expectations across schools and programs, increased collaboration between general and special education administrators and teachers. On behalf of OSS, we thank you, the school committee, for your support on this administrative increase that went into effect in July of 2023. With these administrative structural changes, as predicted, there's much progress. The administrative staffing allows each director to truly become a part of the schools they're assigned to, partnering with parents and guardians, building principles, collaborating regarding improved learning outcomes, routinely analyzing and responding to social emotional data points, and significantly increasing professional learning. Next slide. This is a quick visual on the administrative structure, sort of a balcony view of the OSS administrative structure to date. Next slide. Our second recommendation is about enhancing collaborative partnerships with families and increasing our collaboration with the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. As a young student teacher at Driscoll, and now the interim deputy year 2, I'm acutely aware that the culture of Brookline is reinforced through the uniqueness of each school and the opportunity for each child to spend many developmental years in that school. The variability within those schools is significant. And for the Office of Student Services, we have focused on creating core practices across all schools so a parent guardian can feel confident that the approach in terms of special education will be consistent, whether you're at Pierce or Runkle or Driscoll. And what we chose to do for this recommended area was to create a team meeting IEP process survey for parents and guardians. This has been in place for just about a year now, not a one and done, but a routinized approach for obtaining essential feedback on an ongoing basis. The survey is sent electronically with every proposed IEP and asks parents and guardians to reflect on 24 questions across 4 measured categories. The first category is the team meeting process, which is really about meeting regulatory requirements. Was a general education teacher present at the team meeting? Were timelines adhered to? Questions like that. The second category is about parent participation. Was the meeting collaborative? Were opinions and concerns documented and responded to? The third category of questions is about the IEP. Does it accurately reflect your students, your child's needs, and articulate a path for progress? And the fourth set of questions are about overall satisfaction. A 1 to 4 Likert scale is used to determine the degree to which a parent agreed or disagreed with the questions presented. And if a parent chose to provide their name or contact information, then we were able to follow up personally on any constructive criticism or suggestions in real time. This grassroots personalized approach has been very effective in reducing formal complaints and even litigation over time. So we've sent 1,400 surveys, a little bit more than that to date, and we've had 189 responses. We'd like to see more responses. And in collaboration with the CPAC, we've talked about ways of sending the survey in different ways to sort of try and increase the percentage of response, which right now is at about 13%.
I see that Helen has a question. If we can just pause for a moment. Go ahead, Helen.
Hi, Helen.
Thank you. It was curious to me. I'm looking at these figures, which I think are excellent. I mean, 91% strongly agree is really pretty good. You never get 100% in terms of that. But what was interesting to me was the 8% versus the lower percentages of somewhat disagree and strongly disagree about the meeting process. Is there something that you can help us to understand what that might be about?
Thank you, Helen. I was just about to drill down on some of these percentages because
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I'm not a statistician or a pollster. We made an effort to put this out, and in my experience, when you survey parents and guardians, it's the ones less shy are the ones providing feedback and expressing their views. And our parents are dedicated, strong, and outspoken, at times advocates, working in their child's best interest, as it should be. And so while you can see the positive feedback on the left side, opportunities for improvement are on the right. And that's where you learn and improve to become a better organization. To your question, Helen, in the team meeting process, as I said, the questions were asked pertaining to regulatory requirements. Did you receive a team meeting invitation? Was a general education teacher present? Did you receive your evaluation or reevaluation results if you requested it prior to the team meeting? And those disagreeing, the 8.86%, primarily raised issues of either the absence of a general education teacher or the or the lack of, or the limited participation of the general education teacher. More of an issue in terms of feedback at the high school than at the pre-K through grade 8 schools. So again, the right side of the slide is where we learn and grow. On the parent participation section, for the most part, again, it's a positive result. Parents agreed that their views and their child's views were respected, that they had an opportunity to discuss concerns and ask questions, that the meeting sequence made sense. While it's of less statistical importance, it's most important to me that some of our parents felt some source of confusion during the meeting, and it is a complex process. And whenever possible, when we had a name, this led to an administrative outreach to address the specific issue. And again, timing's so important. A parent or guardian doesn't want to hear from a staff person 2 weeks after the meeting. This feedback form allows that immediacy. In the third section, there is the IEP section. And again, many of our families felt that the specialists and clinicians working with their child had a strong level of understanding about their child's special needs and could speak to data-driven educational progress. And the expertise of our specialists and clinicians directly impacted on the development of a clear and concise individual education program. The percentage of parents who responded negatively felt that the general education teacher needed more knowledge or understanding about their child's particular special needs and accommodations and modifications in the mainstream classroom. And this seems complementary to me to professional development opportunities to support the skill set of all our general educators. And then finally, in terms of overall satisfaction, again, we see a positive result, but those that disagreed slightly, the feedback we received was there was concern around transitions, grades 5 to 6, and what that meant, grade 8 to 9, postgraduate opportunities for students needing programming beyond that 12th year of education. And so this, again, is such an opportunity for us in terms of where we can learn, grow, and improve. Next slide. The third recommendation.
Can I just ask another clarification question?
Sure.
How, if at all, are we able to capture data regarding eventual out-of-district placement families? When in that process, if at all, is that captured in terms of and overall satisfaction? Do they drop out of the data gathering process at some point, or are they captured and then just sort of become a static data point?
I think I understand your question. And the answer is that our out-of-district families are receiving this feedback form in real time as well, so that they are part of our organization, our schools, and the feedback we receive is just as critical to any student participating in an in-district program. Did I understand you correctly?
A different question that was even better. So, so they're continuing to provide data on this form as out-of-district placement students, that they're continuing to provide information to us on their
experience.
This is special education in Brookline, not with PSB.
Yes.
Huh.
So what is Stephen, those IEP meetings are
I guess I don't really
by Brookline, right?
I guess I don't understand then.
I would have to break out exactly how many surveys I've received to date specific to our out-of-district families, but the survey goes out in real time. Of course, we have our out-of-district coordinator, Kristen Beaupre, who chairs all those meetings. And so some of that feedback has to be interpreted to what is happening in the actual out-of-district school. But most of the elements apply to our families and how the team meeting process is working for them.
Okay, I would just imagine that they would be less satisfied, and I would want to make sure that their feedback is included so that we could grow from their feedback as well. So as long as it captures their feedback in some way, I'm happy with that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The third recommendation speaks to enhancing pre-referral practices and procedures. And of course, for this recommendation, the partnership between OSS, the Office of Teaching and Learning, the Office of Educational Equity cannot be underestimated. Next slide. In terms of action steps, PSB has had the support of the new Teacher Center, who started their work last year, providing significant training to building administrators and staff in all schools to address every aspect of the pre-referral process. That includes things like creating consistent child study and student intervention team approaches, reviewing and analyzing historical data, current data, observing actual work sessions, establishing consistent procedures, and retraining teams. This work is continuing this year, prioritizing the creation of procedural templates that will be used consistently across all schools, as well as a toolkit of general education options, opportunities, and interventions. Instructional resources, for example, that can address potential skill gaps, social emotional supports, access to counselors and social workers, and more. And because all those options are available to students on their educational journey, I created a visual of what these varied pathways look like within our schools. This slide really highlights both general and special education interventions available to students during their educational journey. It's a continuum supported by the communication and collaboration of all involved. And along the way, moving left to right, services become more intensive if needed. Our goal is to improve educational experiences and access for all students by providing a customized educational experience with richer curricular opportunities. That includes, of course, the possibility of non-academic and extracurricular options as well. At both ends of the spectrum, students who may not need any specialized support. On the right, students that may be eligible for special education or a 504 accommodation plan. It's based on need. And when the process works as it should, viable child study and student intervention teams become part of that continuum. Tiered interventions become part of that continuum. Ongoing analysis of progress becomes part of the continuum. But always professional learning has to be provided to support our educators in doing this work. I hope the next slide highlights the wide range of PD we have offered to date. I'm not going to go through every bullet and describe every professional development opportunity, but I did want to highlight just a few things. One is the extremely well-attended 10-hour Orton Gillingham training for our K-1 and lab program paraprofessionals. This has been incredibly well received, and our grade 2 paraprofessionals have now asked for this training as well. Another example of robust PD, KW diversity came this past November 3rd to support our nurses across the district, bravely exploring racial and ethnic differentials in the quantity and quality of healthcare, exploring ways, I've got an echo, our nurses can better support early intervention and preventative care. Last year, similar diversity trainings were offered to all our guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists, providing therapeutic support to students and exploring how trauma, racism, and discrimination can affect mental health. We have quite a robust list of targeted professional development supporting our staff. Next slide.
Just a question I have on that previous slide for a moment.
Sure.
Could you go into a little more detail about academic evaluation training?
Yes, our teachers, our special educators, our specialists really required updating evaluation training with the WIAT, which is our primary assessment tool for academic evaluations. And so this is really the work of Robin Fabiano, who you will hear from shortly, in terms of bringing additional training to the academic specialists that are completing that testing. So complementary to the third recommendation, the fourth final major recommendation was to enhance special education programming within the public schools of Brookline to ensure equal access for all students. And so you can see that there's an interconnectedness with the prior recommendation, with more of a focus on program design and development. So I'll explore that a little bit more as our final area. Next slide, please. First and foremost, we took the opportunity to look closely at the student cohorts at both Runkle and Heath to think about the best student experience for children with autism spectrum disabilities based on profile. Last year, Heath's highly specialized K2 program at the bottom of the slide for students with ASD were not able to offer a continuum to the successful K2 program. And again, with your support, the grade 3 to 5 expansion has now allowed our students at Heath to matriculate to higher grades with the intensive programming they require. So that is a great highlight. Next slide. At the district level, progress has been quite expansive. You have heard about our educational infrastructure that supports our mental health initiatives. An integrated curriculum is now being introduced in K-5 classrooms. That is second step. And we are also piloting a curriculum for middle school classrooms called Wayfinder. Routinized surveys with regular analysis provides critical data on our students' sense of belonging. That is being coupled with the monitoring of attendance with new approaches for making sure our children are getting back to school. We're optimistic that children are feeling safe and challenged intellectually, but we continue to support their journey to become self-assured, respectful, honest, and compassionate young adults. We appreciate that OSS has been represented on the DEIJ committee that is developing a life of the school policy. This will undoubtedly further our work on student inclusion. And the unified pilot at the high school for unified sports has been an exciting initiative, and we hope to eventually expand this program to the middle school level as well. In student services specifically, initiatives have further supported equal access, establishing, I'm sorry, Dr. Guillory, may I have the next slide? Yes. In student services, we've established improved communication structures to better include our out-of-district families and specifically supporting student participation in non-academic and extracurricular activities. As far as other initiatives in process, a year ago, I spoke of our vision to potentially create a Winthrop House program for our more vulnerable students with social emotional challenges for grades 6 through 8. And this year, we're currently under Dr. McTeague's direction and the support of Principal Candace Whitmeyer. We're currently piloting some new approaches within our therapeutic learning centers at FRR, realigning staff to support students in new ways, particularly those students returning from hospitalizations and those struggling with internalized emotional issues. We hope to have more information about a potential recommendation for the Winthrop House expansion, perhaps at the new year when we might be able to come back and talk about that a little bit more. At the high school, a study group has been looking at vertical alignment within our more separate programs, talking about raising expectations and talking about what we want students to know as they move through each grade in a content area and linking concepts from grade to create a long-term plan for achievement. Last slide in this section. The work we've done together on the district strategic plan thus far has placed a point of emphasis on equitable access, student achievement, effective organizational structures, and individualized supports. We've made progress establishing pathways that support this vision, promote this vision, but we need to continue to focus on specific action steps that align all educational planning to issues of culture and climate and equity and inclusion, and integrate data collection from both formal and informal assessments to all our approaches. And now we will transition to a preview of the new and improved individualized education program forms. For the first time in 20 years, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has updated its suite of IEP resources.
Just one moment, Lisa. Sorry to interrupt. I see that we have a question from Sarah. Go ahead.
Sure.
Thank you. You were just on that, so I wanted to ask before we got any further. So when we're looking at, on the last slide, students that have, different sort of, they have intersectionality, they belong to different programs that we have. Can you speak to me about some of the progress that we've made? Say a student comes in and they're an English language learner, and we also identified them to be in special education. Can you tell me about some of the progress we've made there?
So through the team meeting process, and some of your question relates to the feedback form that we send in real time. I think we've really made progress in making sure that we're meeting all regulatory requirements for that process, that we are genuinely asking for our parent guardian voices to give us honest, transparent feedback about how they're perceiving the process and whether it's meeting the needs of their children. That piece of feedback, it's helped us give us information that whether you have a healthcare plan or a behavior support plan or a English language learner services as part of your IEP, that it is individualized and supportive, and that the process is working the same way consistently across all our schools. And I think those are some of the positive gains we've made.
Because I don't really understand if a student enters into special education or if a student enters into English language learning, how would you make sure that those practitioners have the other piece for that student?
So if a student has both special education needs and English as a second language needs, there's a partnership between special education services and supports and EL services and supports. And there are mandates within both of those that drive scheduling, service delivery, progress monitoring. And so special education teams are comfortable managing varied facets, because in an individual plan, you have multiple goals and objectives. And then, of course, the blend of art and science is scheduling all of those services. And that can get pretty complex if you need 5 days a week of EL support, but you also need speech and language, or you need counseling. And then we have to consider whether translation is needed, or services have to be provided in someone's native language. And there are complexities that have to be designed into the program as well.
Thank you.
The next slide. Oh, can we go back to the IEP preview? Perfect. So the preview is going to be presented by members of my fantastic special education leadership team. Becky McCabe, our Director of Special Education for Runkle, Heath, and Lincoln, had a family emergency and could not be with us tonight. Dr. Nadine Mole is here this evening. She is the Director of Special Education for Driscoll, Pierce, and our BEAT programs. Dr. Anna Bauer McTeague, Director of Special Education for Lawrence, Baker, and FRR. And Robin Fabiano, our Director of Special Education for Brookline High School. And I will now turn it over to them to provide a preview of our new individualized education programs, our IEPs.
Thank you, Lisa. So I think it's important for us to take a real quick review of what our legal mandate is with the IEP process and how it begins. The main laws, the Individual with Disability Education Act and our Massachusetts law, require us to identify, locate, and evaluate all children ages 3 to 21 who are suspected of having a disability. This includes all children, those who are mobile, homeless, our English learners that were just mentioned, and students attending private schools as well, preschool as well. Typically, school personnel like our child study teams, parents, and sometimes those from the outside are the ones who refer students for evaluation to determine eligibility. Next slide, please. Part of our legal mandate too really is framed. We know students with disabilities are vulnerable to lost educational opportunity if we do not find them early, promptly identify them, and appropriately address their learning needs. So we have to go through a process called Child Find. We need to be looking and seeking and putting information out to all residents of the public school of Brookline's district. But regardless of whether they attend public school, if they go to a private school located in the area, we have to look at the non-residents of a district who attend a private school within our geographic boundaries. And we also have to look for the students who might be homeschooled within our district. We're responsible for all these children. Next slide, please. As we go through the evaluation process, we gather information and the team decides what we're going to be looking at depending on the unique needs of the child. But we use an eligibility flow chart to determine these 4 pieces. One major piece of our determination is whether the student has 1 or more disabilities as defined by federal and state regulations. If this is the case, we move on and look at the student's present levels of their functional, developmental, and academic achievement. We then look at the educational needs of the students related to their same age peers and how they fit with the expectations of schools for that age group, for that developmental stage. And last, we look at the services that will most appropriately meet the students' educational needs and allow them to participate and grow within the general education curriculum. So the outcome is very different depending on how a student relates on these 4 pieces of information. Next slide, please. It could look like the student really is not eligible for specialized instruction. They remain in general education and no additional supports are required. It could also mean that they are in general education and they might receive some intervention, but it's within the general education classroom and provided by a general educator. They could be in the general education classroom and receive more intense short-term general education interventions. We'd call that tier 2 in a multi-tiered system of support. It could be that they remain in general education and receive accommodations, and these would be written up in a document, either an ICAP or a 504 plan. And lastly, we might have a student become eligible for an individualized education program and receive specialized instruction, accommodations, modifications based on the student need. So that's just a very brief overview of how we get to an IEP.
Hi, I'm up next. So I'm Robin Fabiano. I'm up at the high school. Massachusetts has not had a new IEP since 2001. So while this IEP may look different, the process and procedures remain the same. That's because we, as have been stated previously, we follow the mandates from IDEA and all of the additional state mandates in Massachusetts. So in this new document, you'll notice many similarities between the new IEP and the previous document, and the highlighted focus on a greater commitment to student voice and student strengths within the document. We're going to highlight also tonight some new acronyms that you may hear within this new document. Next slide. Oh, thank you. So DESE has been working on creating this new document for more than 2 years. It's been working with a variety of stakeholders and piloting with school districts and getting feedback. In fact, I think that they were still getting some feedback over the summer, and now all of the programs like X2 are developing the forms right now so we can start using them. As mentioned before, there's an increased emphasis on student voice and students discussing their transition goals, even as early as preschool students. So students at age 3 may be asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they might say a superhero, and that's totally fine. And we'll work with some of the identified strengths that make superheroes important to that student at that time. And of course, that will change as the student gets older. The new IEP places increased emphasis on student strengths, and it lends the opportunity for teams to develop a strength-focused document while still targeting areas of need. So this slide shows you a template of the reimagined parent concerns and team vision section, and you can see very clearly that the student voice is front and center. So student comes first, and it really does ask some of those specific questions that used to be embedded through the transition planning form, front and center on the first page of the document. Next slide. Great. And then another area of how the student strengths are highlighted. This is the new present levels page. It used to be called PLEP A and PLEP B. Those are acronyms that some of you in the audience may have heard before. We're now changing that vocabulary to present levels, and you'll see front and center that student strengths and interests are driving this area. So we thought we would highlight some of the ways that the IEP is the same. And in this section, and you can go to the next slide. Thanks. So in this section, you'll see where there are similar pieces of information, but just maybe formatted a little differently. So in the previous document, the disability category was written down in the key evaluation section, and it was typed in within the narrative section. And now you'll see that there is a checkbox right as part of the student profile, so that the student's disability and learning needs is centered and is able to be identified clearly. In the past, also, there were primary disabilities, secondary disabilities, and now all of the disability areas, if you have more than one, are equal. The other area that remains the same are the measurable annual goals and objectives. And you can see on here, it's formatted a little bit differently, but also breaks out quite clearly the criteria, measurement methodology, and schedule. So parents and teachers can see how the objective is being worked on and is able to see any short-term benchmarks and how they're being measured. And then I think the final section for me is the service delivery grid, which is probably the most familiar area between the old document and the new document. And so very clearly, you'll be able to see the consultative services, the services provided within the general education curriculum, and any pull-out direct special education services clearly identified for the student on this page. And so that should look very familiar to families. Oh, and finally, the state and district-wide assessment page. So on this page, the difference is that you can see the three boxes: English, language arts, math, science, and other. If there were common district assessments, you can see that there may be certain accommodations that are in one section and not in the other. And it really allows the team to become very individualized on which accommodations are for which MCAS assessment. Looks like Valerie has a question.
I do, thank you. It was actually on, I think, a page prior, but is there any, remind me, I thought that there was a rationale for why there was a primary disability. Does that change anything or no?
It doesn't change anything. I think, to be honest, I think it speaks to the idea that some students may identify differently with certain areas of their profile, and it allows them to, share all of them rather than be, just have one disability label. And so I really think that that speaks to the idea that students with multiple disabilities, their primary disability, and I'm putting that in quotes, can fluctuate depending on what's happening to them. And so to make sure that we're addressing the total child at the same time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nadine Mall. As Lisa said, I cover BEEP and Pearson Driscoll, and I'm going to talk about what is different in the new IEP. So as Robin mentioned, the PLEP A and B, which used to talk about the impact of the disability statement and have a huge laundry list of accommodations and modifications at the bottom, those will be going away in favor of the present levels pages. If you see underneath, it says present levels of academic achievement and functional performance academics. We're not calling them PLAFs. We're calling them present levels. So you don't have to get worried about a new giant acronym replacing that one. In the new IEP, there are 4 of these pages, and they cover different areas of student functioning. So there's an academics one, a behavior, social, emotional one, a communication present levels page, and additional areas, which might cover motor skills or sensory needs and other areas like that. And all 4 of these pages might not be filled out for all students on IEPs, but breaking it down this way should really help the readers of the IEP understand how the student's disability might impact their functioning in any or all of these areas. Next slide. So another, I think, wonderful feature of the new IEP is that all of the accommodations and modifications are on one page rather than separated by those two pages we were talking about. And I'll be covering this a little more in the next slides, but I think this is going to be a wonderful way to just have a teacher look at a glance and know what a student may need in their classroom. Thanks. Next slide. So the accommodations are arranged in 4 categories now on the IEP rather than the laundry list. You can click through all of them. Thank you. So the setting is what accommodations a student may need in their environment in order to access the curriculum. Presentation is how are we setting the student up for success in terms of how we are providing information to them. It says this is statistically the most frequent accommodation. It's, using visuals and verbals together, providing a checklist for multi-step processes, things like that. Timing and scheduling, that's allowing extra time for a student or allowing students to delay something if, based on other needs that are going on for them. And response is how are they going to show us what they know in the optimal way so that they can really show us that they've learned the material. Next slide. So in addition to breaking down the types of accommodations, the new IEP clarifies the settings in which these accommodations should be provided. So it specifically highlights, what accommodations a student might need in the classroom to access non-academics or the life of the school, extracurricular activities, and community or workplace. There's also some wording changes that are in the modification section of the IEP. So it still references modifications to content, but rather than saying methodology, we're using the word instruction, which is a much clearer way of saying what do we need to present or instruct the student differently? How do we need to do that as part of their specially designed instruction? And then rather than performance criteria, it's really student output. How can the student be assessed or show what they know differently from how other students at that greater age are showing what they know?
So just one question I have there with that terminology. Performance criteria to student output, at least as a title, viscerally sounds a bit different. Your explanation sort of touched on the same theme, but I'm wondering if you could explain more why that change was made.
I'm not sure why they made the change, but I have a good guess. So performance criteria, when you looked in people's IEPs, was kind of confusing and responded to in many different ways. Some people looked at performance criteria as how are we going to assess that the student is making progress, like, observations and work samples and things like that. What it's really about is supposed to be changes in how the student is going to show what they know. How are we going to evaluate their performance differently? So I think it's a lot clearer that it's not like, how are we measuring the goals and objectives? It's how are they going to be able to express their knowledge differently. It could say, grade only on assigned work. If a student has, is able to do fewer problems, but show mastery, things like that. So I think it's just clearer this way.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Anyone who has stared at an IEP grid for a long period of time may notice that extended school year now has a separate service delivery and transportation page. This is great because it will no longer be embedded in the C grid where it can easily get very lost among the other services. So this is a much clearer way for families and the school to plan and be well aware of students who require extended school year services. Next slide, please. So the transition planning form, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, the transition planning form is now embedded into the IEP itself rather than being a separate document. So the information that's gathered is the same, but having the form in the IEP ensures that it's going to get the attention of the full team rather than being discussed separately. Next slide. Thanks. There's a section now that's devoted to documenting relationships with any outside agencies or services that students already have on board. And the IEP team has to identify a liaison from the school who will communicate with those agencies to support transition planning. So it's really a way of making sure, as we were saying, the student is in the center of all of this wraparound support. Next slide, thank you. And finally, there's a section that clearly delineates if the student or if someone else is going to have educational decision-making rights once the student turns 18. And there's also a section that is devoted to making sure the team has made a referral to adult service agencies if it's appropriate. These pieces of information right now are located on several forms and in a couple of checkboxes in different sections of the IEP. Here, it's much more streamlined and user-friendly for the student and for the team. Next slide.
Right, and it's back to Anna. So Brookline is an early adopter district, and we have already started work. It started last year, actually, with our educational team facilitators. But a lot of progress has been made, and a lot will be happening over the course of the next 6 months. X2, which is the computer program that keeps all of our information, has been holding meetings all summer, getting feedback from districts, and they have started to, as mentioned, modify their forms. They should be ready by mid-spring for us to be able to actually use the interface. Alan Bloom has been contracted to train our faculty. He has been very, very involved at the state level with this whole project. So this is a fantastic resource for us. The work has already begun. It will run through May. It includes everyone: directors, coordinators, educational team facilitators, and our special education faculty. Our educational team facilitators meet monthly, and they have started revising practice already. When we get an Alan Bloom training, they go back and practice with their teachers. So we ought to be aligning to the new forms through these kind of activities. Directors and team facilitators will be choosing a sample of initial reevaluation and annual review IEPs to practice using the new form. We hope in April of 2024, it's kind of how our computerized program goes too. We're focusing on students who are transitioning, and we want to get a wide representation of families and students. We are going to be looking for volunteers to be part of this pilot sometime between February and April. And our educational team facilitators are going to help us to figure out who these folks are going to be. A big one is all IEPs. Starting September 2024 onward, we'll use the new IEP form. So it's a lot of work, a lot of people, but it's been actually moving along very nicely. Like we say, while there are changes, much of this is very familiar, and we feel questions and input are very necessary and welcome. There's a lot of information on the whole project on the DESE website if anyone is interested. And that is our presentation. Our next slide is our contact information, and then a big thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from school committee members? I know we were asking as we went, but maybe.
Yeah, thank you for this. Are we doing this at all yet? Have we used the new form yet?
We're not using the whole new form. We've only been trained people through the first few sections. We've looked at present levels. We've been looking at the accommodations. Our next training will be on goals and objectives. Okay. So I'm anticipating we would be ready to use the full new form probably around February, March.
So last week at a conference, superintendents, I went to a presentation from a DESE person on this, and they suggested that this would facilitate team meetings being less dependent on the form and on discussion, I guess.
Did you want me to jump in? I think I've heard the same thing. It really does allow for a discussion that's very student-centered, starting from the very beginning of the IEP form. What is the student's vision? So then what is the team going to do to support that vision or work toward that vision with the student? And I do think that it's going to be a lot easier to keep a real child in the middle of the table to use, not literally, but to really keep our eyes on the prize in terms of having a student in mind. I think the parts of the form that we showed you are going to be excellent reminders to make sure that we've covered all the bases for the student, but I do think it will feel like more of a conversation.
Are they talking among themselves?
I don't know.
It looks like it, but we can't hear them.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Stephen's talking. Guys, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Well, we can talk among ourselves.
Right.
I'll
We
text
can hear
Betsy.
you, Helen. And we can, I bet we can hear Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah and Val.
I'm impressed how quickly you've kind of taken this on. That was a very clear presentation and I really appreciate it. But we've been with other forum for a while and you guys seem to just be ready to go with this. So that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We have a wonderful team.
I wonder if
It's
they're
amazing how they've gone out. You know what? I'm going to text them.
I sent a message to Betsy.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
I will send my team to go to bed.
Yeah.
We'd love that.
I think that's a good idea. You got
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
all. Thank
Great
you.
presentation.
Are we still not connected?
No, well, I can't hear them and they're talking. I can see.
Betsy says they can hear us, but we clearly can't hear them.
Oh, my goodness.
No, they can't hear us. They're not even paying attention to us.
Well, we're certainly happy to answer questions at another time or individually via email.
Oh, Natalie is calling. Hold on. Hello? Yeah. Hi, we can't hear you at all. Yeah, sure. But can you hear us? Well, wait a minute. I'm going to put you on speaker. Okay, go for it, Steve.
Question number one, on the IEP, is there a way to have a response to the student's vision that includes the district's vision of inclusion? Do we envision a path for the students in response to their own vision on the IEP? They envision their own pathway, but nowhere does it include our vision of whether they're going to go back to general ed or whether they'll continue to need supports or a special ed pathway.
Mm-hmm.
How is that space going to be used in the new IEP?
We are training, that is part of Alan Bloom's training, that in addition to the student vision, parent, guardian, and the school team work towards consensus about the vision for 3 to 5 years with a primary focus on inclusion. So that is part of the training.
Wait a minute. Are you hearing stuff? No, you can't hear them. Hold on. Repeat it. Wait, Stephen, she couldn't hear you. Stephen, she couldn't hear you. So repeat it now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me now, Lisa?
She's shaking her head, yes.
Great. I want to know about race and special ed referrals. Do we have anything as an update on that? Because I remember when we talked about this last year, we talked about there was an area of actual and then potential further disproportionality. Have we measured our progress in that area?
We have made progress. We are waiting state feedback, but we are expecting pretty significant changes, and I'm happy to come back with some of that feedback, certainly in another presentation.
Question. I just want to ask one. Oh, it's back.
What's back? Okay.
I can't hear you.
Oh my God. Okay, they're gonna call me back, I think. Okay, here we go. Go for it. Go for it. Yeah. Yes.
Helen, hi. Okay, last question. Again, on out of district. I just want to re-ask the question I was asking before because I thought of a better way to say it. My interest is, do we have a way of learning from our OOD students so that we can improve our own special ed interventions and resourcing? Because it just strikes me that that's the population that we really want to learn from, because in some way we are not able to provide for those students. In some ways, we'll never be able to provide for some of those students, but in some way, for some of those students, we're letting them down, it seems to me. So it's a population that I would think we would really want to dig into and better understand them. So my question really is, how are we engaging those families and how are we engaging those students? And that, I'm just going to hang up now and thank you.
Will you hear her? I don't know if they can hear us.
Okay.
You can try.
I can certainly respond to Mr. Ehrenberg in an email. That might be best. Given that we're having audio problems.
We can't hear them, or maybe they can hear you. They can hear. Go ahead to respond, and then we'll see. They'll cut us off.
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind is that when we when a family chooses a specific out-of-district school, it is a school that has special expertise, services to support their child's specific disability and their educational needs. So there's a level of confidence that that particular school is going to ensure educational progress for their child. I think that I can certainly reflect on the real-time survey, and the CPAC and I are going to talk about the survey in more depth, and we'll certainly reflect on whether we need to add a question or shift the phrasing of a particular question to get better feedback. We'll certainly reflect on that.
I think that means it's good. They like
Thank
the
you.
answer. I can't understand what's happening. It's so weird because this has never happened before. Oh, they're back. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. Go for it.
All right, Helen. So I guess that concludes this portion on the IEP. Thank you. And for those of you in the audience, we are having some technical difficulties, so I'm speaking through Natalia's phone. We will, though, continue to plow on. So next up, we have the 8th to 9th grade course recommendation process with Dr. Fortuna, Dave McCormick, Anthony Meyer, and Hal Mason. And so our presenters know, we hear you fine. It's just you out there who don't hear us. It's not. We'll pass around the phone when we have questions, but go right ahead and begin.
So should I turn off the speaker? Should I turn off the speaker or leave it on my phone?
Turn it off. We'll call you again.
Okay.
All right, are we ready to try this?
Mhm.
I need to be in the other room.
You better shut that off.
All right, quick move. How is that? Is it better?
We can hear you fine. The question is, can they hear you? Nobody seems to, yeah, you can hear. Okay.
Gabe, can I have a thumbs up if you can hear me? Awesome.
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, thank you for having us tonight to discuss the 8th to 9th grade transition process and our mutual concerns about equity in course access. Potential short-term and longer-term solutions will help alleviate the inequities in the 8th to 9th grade transition process. However, the problem is more significant than a technical fix to the course recommendation process. There are deeper systemic and structural inequities that we must continue to address and in some cases begin to address. Among these are the need for a consistent curriculum with common K-12 assessments, variation in the recommendation process used in the 8th grade, and inconsistencies in the grading philosophy and practices at each of our K-8 schools. These are things that will be addressed in Goal 1 of the draft strategic plan, which focuses on teaching and learning, while specifically calling out the need for a working group to examine and make recommendations on best practices for the transition to 9th grade. For many of our students, this is the only transition they will make in their K-12 career. We share the committee's urgency to expedite the necessary changes. Through tonight's presentation, we will begin to address both the short-term solutions and longer-term measures that can be taken to improve our current practices. This evening, we'll strive to meet the following objectives: share various strands of the 8th to 9th grade transition process, identify issues and concerns with the process as it has been run, discuss reimagining 9th grade as a long-term effort to address inequitable access to higher level courses throughout the student's high school career, and begin discussion of short-term solutions to address the flawed course recommendation process. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Anthony and Gabe and Hal, if he is still available.
Jody, thanks so much. And thank you, district leaders and school.
Paper things and whether or not they're real. So yes, my hope here with some of these resources.
Sorry, I'm picking up some feedback that I don't know what that is, but okay. So I think you've heard a little bit from Jody about what our purposes are. What I'm looking at has a bit of a block over the text, but we are going to our second slide, which is about the transition process, correct? Okay. Great. So I just think, obviously, as Jody said, for many of our students, this is the single transition they will make during their pre-K to 12 educational careers in the public schools of Brookline. So I think we wanted to just start with some of the values that we have in this process. It's a major transition. There are a set of individual decisions, and that's somewhat what we're focused on here, the course selection and recommendation process. So a set of academic decisions about courses to take, and the need to make those decisions holistically as well, with some notion of balance. And we don't pretend that balance is the same for every student, but thinking about how the various course selections impact a student's experience is incredibly important. So we think a lot about balance and try to emphasize that with families We also do a lot of work to make sure that students have a sense of belonging and that they can identify trusted adults. So this is true with classroom teachers in classrooms. It's true in clubs. It's true in our advisory program. We're trying to find many ways for students to feel as though they belong with peers and they belong in our school. As you likely know, every ninth grader at Brookline High has both a counselor and a dean, as well as an advisor in our hub program. And we have a great deal of support. We're fortunate to have strong funding for a tutorial program. We have various special ed programs and supports available. So figuring out where to put energy and where to put resources to take care of our ninth graders is incredibly important. Let's go next slide. We also think it's important for you to know that we have a series of transition events. So beginning in late January, early February, there are several transition events, and they're up on the slide deck. Curriculum night is the evening where each of our curriculum coordinators, and sorry, this is for parents only, though there are always a few kids in the audience as well. But curriculum night is when each of our curriculum coordinators talk through their subject areas. What are the offerings in ninth grade? And then what do those offerings look like in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade? A few years ago, we made a shift and included the overview of special education services and programs to occur on that same evening, an hour beforehand. So I think the overview of special ed services and programs begins at 6 and then curriculum night at 7. So taking advantage that families are already going to be at the high school for curriculum night. We have a special night focused on our services and programs within special education. And then students experience in their K-8s the World Language Roadshow. As you know, many students have 1 or 2 language choices at their K-8s. At the high school, there are 5. So the effort of the World Language Roadshow is to make clear the different language offerings at the high school and what that looks like for ninth grade course recommendations. We have an Arts at BHS event where 8th graders, it's a very cute event, all the 8th graders pile into buses or walk over and come into the auditorium and hear a lot about our performing arts, visual arts, and career and tech ed offerings, hearing from students, hearing performances, seeing performances, and then also seeing a short video. Life at Brookline High School is really focused on students, though families come as well. We have current 9th graders speaking to 8th graders about their experience, about the transition, offering tips of advice. And then we've always had an introduction to athletics night. And before this year, we've had a separate open house. We're combining those two into a single event, and our final transition event, which will be a presentation by Kyle Williams, our Director of Athletics, and Amanda Mordelet, our new Assistant Athletic Director, and then an open house where teams are available, players and coaches, to talk to students and encourage them to be a part of the various athletic teams. So we have a series of events that I think we emphasize that parents should come to as many as possible. We also try to film as many as we can so that those can be accessible to other people, to people who weren't able to attend. Okay, next slide.
Anthony?
Oh yeah, please,
Anthony?
Helen. Yep.
Quick question. The World Language Roadshow is for kids or for parents or both?
For kids, it's really, I think that we're visiting, and since COVID, we've done it mostly remotely. It used to be that world language teachers would visit the K-8 or the 8th grade world language classes. So it is for kids. However, during curriculum night, Rachel Io, our 9 to 12 curriculum coordinator, is absolutely talking through the 5 languages that we offer and the various courses available to kids 9th grade through 12th grade. Thanks for your question. Next slide, Gabe. We also have several processes all focused on transition from 8th grade to 9th grade. So in the spring, once seniors have left, our student support teams that had been working with seniors then work quickly and adeptly at the transition of incoming 9th graders. So we have small teams of counselors, social workers, and deans going to each of the K-8 schools to learn from counselors, vice principals, principals, nurses, and more. What are the cohorts like? What are the needs, both individual, but certainly collective needs of each class? So that's the guidance part of the transition. And then their next slide would be some of the special education processes. And we just heard from our special educators in the previous presentation. That includes some education. Gabe, are you able to get that slide up?
I think Betsy actually has the slides.
Okay. Betsy, can we do next slide? So there's a fall training for all 8th grade ETFs. This is generally done by one of our ETFs and one of our special education administrators at the high school. And then, as you can see, individual consultation for each school to review every student to help determine the right 9th grade special education supports and services. There's ongoing consultation. And then in the late spring, students do field trips to visit BHS for a preview and a tour, also done, I believe, by our 9th grade ETF and by Jed Miller, one of our special ed administrators. So I would say these various processes run parallel, and they're all important in terms of orienting students and families to the offerings, to the supports, and as much information as we can provide as kids get ready to transition. Next slide, Betsy. Gabe, do you want to start with reimagining 9th grade?
Yeah, I think a key part and why we started where we did with this is that we want to emphasize that there's really a holistic approach to this transition, right? Certainly course selection is important, and we will get to that. And all of this is feeding into how we're thinking about reimagining 9th grade. So we'll talk through the current status of kind of, it's probably bigger than a project really, but sort of the approach to setting up students for success in this transition, and then kind of what's next and what kind of supports we need to keep going. So if we could get the next slide, please. Anthony, you want to kick off with the first couple?
Sure. So as you are all very well aware, we've had an incredible renovation and expansion of our high school, and that has resulted in a mostly 9th grade building that we're really excited about. It is full of majestic spaces, a beautiful common space. And we've moved a few things around based on feedback from last year. So we moved our MECO program into what we think is a stronger space, and moved our Steps to Success advisors also, we think, into a better space to make sure that there's a distributed adult presence and a great deal of support. There's certainly the support of a really wonderful physical plant, terrific classrooms, and various collaboration spaces throughout the building. We also made some shifts last year in student support, and in particular, having counselors and deans hold on to kids for the entire 4 years, rather than we were experimenting for a short period of time to a 9th grade team and then a handoff to 10 to 12. And we really believe that consistent relationship over time, unless a student is shifting into, say, ACE or SWS, we think that makes a great deal of sense to have those relationships carry, for students to be able to have those student support relationships throughout their high school experience. Gabe, do you want to speak through where we are with the courses?
Yeah, so again, kind of aligned with the building and using the building as sort of a in some ways like a social holding space for students as they enter the high school, right? They obviously take some classes in the Unified Arts Building or 115 Greeno, but the majority of their classes as ninth graders are going to be in 22 Tappan. And so as we've talked about before, right, we've been another part of reimagining the ninth grade experience is thinking about the classes and thinking about levels and options in the classes. So again, as folks probably know, right, our world history class, the ninth grade world history, identity, status, and power is an unleveled class, right? Every student takes the same class. We do have some sections that are offered as co-taught, but that's in its 5th year currently, right? It started the year we shut down for COVID in March 1920 year. It is highly aligned, and that team has been really solid. Most of those teachers have taught the class for 3, 4, 5 years at this point. Currently in the English department, our responding to literature / humanities class, we are piloting an unleveled model this year. So we have 5 sections of an unleveled class that 2 teachers are working on. 2 of those sections are co-taught, 3 of those sections are not, and they have a really broad mix. Again, as we, I think, presented to curriculum subcommittee at the end of last year, we were hoping to run at least 2 sections, and we had enough voluntary signups to run 5. So it's really exciting to have a really substantial pilot across 2 different teachers. And then physics has 2 different courses, right? Physics 1, there's a Physics 1 co-taught, and then also Physics 1 honor. And then geometry has a co-taught option, a college prep option, a honors option, and an advanced option. There's a lot going on with math. And then world language has many different options. I don't know that we've said too much to the committee before on this, but students enter world language in a variety of different places. There's no sort of ninth grade class, so to speak. So as Anthony described, if a student is taking a new language, so perhaps they want to start Japanese, which is not offered at our K-8s, they would start in a Japanese 1 class for obvious reasons. But a student who's continuing their language, right, through K-8 Spanish, say, may start in a variety of levels depending on their ability. So there are a lot of different options within world language. If we could get the next slide, please.
Gabe, did you want to speak to the timeline for physics and math?
That's this slide.
Okay, great. Oh, good.
Yep.
Sorry, everybody.
So, you know, as you all are aware, work is in progress to kind of reimagine these courses and think about them differently. And so tentatively, I would say at this point, we are planning for the English class to be a single unleveled class. Obviously, we're only in the first quarter of the pilot class. So there's some, we want to add some option to maybe not go forward if it goes poorly, but so far the teachers have said that the classes are going really well. John Andrews, the curriculum coordinator, has been going well. And a big part of that is because we've been able to support it with course releases for the 2 teachers. So they have 1 period off. And then the special educator who's co-teaching also has a course release. So the 3 of them as a team can plan together. And one of the things that was really important to them that we're seeing a lot of benefit from is planning with special education in mind from the beginning, not adding it back in as an afterthought. And so that's been really promising, and it's been a significant investment in resources. We've also had support through summer professional learning, as well as ongoing coaching from Adam Hickey from the Landmark School, Landmark Outreach. And again, the teachers have found him really valuable, and we actually brought him on to do a year-long session with a broader range of educators as well. Kind of save that for another time about the PD model at the high school. So I think at this point in discussions with the physics team in particular, we had been hopeful to have a more aggressive timeline, but we think we need to push it back a bit. And the biggest reason there is, as we've done research and as the physics team has done research along with Ed Weiser, the coordinator, from the best we can tell, there is no one who has unleveled a physics class in 9th grade in this country. And I think part of it is that only a very small number of school districts do physics first as a 9th grade class to begin with. And the team has been really strong advocates for their program and describing how like a model that might work in biology for 9th graders probably won't work in physics. The biology and physics are really different courses. And so we've been trying to be responsive and supportive. And so they are asking for some more time so that, because really what it seems like is they'll be designing something from scratch. And so we are going to need additional time to figure out the supports required there. That said, part of what we're hopeful about is that we might be able to then move physics and geometry together. And so we're still in early stages of thinking about this. We need to do some more conversation with both teams and the option of meeting with both teams together. But because physics and geometry are really linked and math and science are really linked, there may be some benefits to slowing physics down so that the two teams can be really collaborative. World language is, like I said, a little bit more complex. One of the things that Rachel Io, the coordinator, determined really quickly was that because there's no true 9th grade class in world language, sort of the whole program becomes implicated. And the prospect of redesigning the entire 9-12 program will need some more time, right? We are also doing a K-12 world language review. And so it seems premature to set timelines and deadlines before we have the results of that study back, right? So we want to see, and so we're not at this time putting any specific timeline towards world language as we determine what the recommendations are from the study. Anthony, anything I missed here?
No, that sounds right to me.
Great. So if we could move to the next slide, please. So I kind of alluded to this in describing what's been working for the English department, but and this actually was part of the design for the world history class 5 years ago, was releasing teachers to do the design work. Culturally, I think Brookline High would not work well with just purchasing a curriculum outright. It's also, there's not a lot available for the kinds of work we're doing, right? It's not a product that exists. And so we need to really invest in our teachers doing the design work, getting the professional development they need, and having the time and space in their work. It's not, you can't design a whole course in a few weeks over the summer. And part of what is working really well in English, and again, worked previously in social studies, was setting a couple of lead teachers who can really dedicate their time and attention and energy. And that's been done by releasing them from some of their teaching responsibilities and doing that in a way that is collaborative. So it's not just one teacher. And it also recognizes that designing lessons that you will use for yourself is a lot easier than designing lessons that other people are supposed to pick up and use. And so part of what we're going to be looking for and trying to figure out, and we're going to ask for support for, is supporting course releases, in this case for the science and math departments, looking forward next year. As we know, right, and as we're talking about with curriculum subcommittee in a couple of weeks, class sizes at Brookline High are a concern, and releasing teachers from teaching while needing to reduce class size is going to require additional investment. And so we'll have to figure out the specifics of that. But in order to do this work well and to deliver the kind of high quality education that Brookline expects and Brookline prides itself on, it is going to take significant investment. As I talked about with physics, right, we really cannot find another community that has done a heterogeneously grouped physics class in 9th grade. And so if we are essentially going to be the first, that's going to take additional work. All right. And again, the physics team seems willing to do it, but they want to know that there's support behind them. They don't want to be put in a position where they feel like they have to deliver a bad product, right? And we want to respect that and support them fully for that. Additionally, we've been able to support some summer planning in the past, and this is a really nice time to give teachers, you know, a couple weeks to really dig in when they don't have students, when they don't have teaching responsibilities.
Does this work? Can you hear me, Gabe?
I can.
Gabe, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, wow. Can I ask a question? Suzanne, are we docketing this for discussion, physics de-leveling? Okay. Okay, thanks.
So I just want to clarify the language a little bit. I'm kind of explicitly using heterogeneous grouping here because there are multiple models, which again, we've talked about at subcommittee a few different times. Different communities have done how they group students and how they organize their courses different ways. And we've tried to acknowledge that we may need different models for different courses. And so we don't want to commit to a specific version of that just yet.
Okay, I'm just bringing this up because Gabe, the way you put it was it would be helpful to have the school committee support on this. And I think for that support, we'd have to I'm thinking maybe it could be discussed maybe more fully at curriculum subcommittee so that we could take a recommendation back to the full subcommittee, to the full committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve, let me just, I would add in, thank you. I like that idea, and it's possible that we can pull some curriculum coordinators into that conversation as well. And I think that might be, that's been helpful with the curriculum subcommittee in the past. So thank you.
All right, so let's move ahead to the next slide. So right now we've kind of really intentionally started in the most wide lens, and we've kind of continued to narrow. And so we want to take some time to talk through course selection. We know, right, we've all had this conversation more than once, right, about some concerns in the process. And so we'll kind of outline kind of the primary concerns, and then what we're going to describe as challenges to making change or to kind of presenting a situation that is maybe more ideal. And then we want to do a little bit of a focus on math and specifically the calculus project and how kind of it's a part of the selection process that might be a little bit invisible and kind of shows sort of the holistic student-centered approach that the high school takes that doesn't always show up in kind of the initial data, right? I'll breathe a little bit of life into the process. If we could do next slide, please. So, you know, really to kind of put a name on it, and this, we've had various versions of course enrollment or course selection data presented to the committee, to the curriculum subcommittee in a bunch of different ways. But generally speaking, kind of the primary concern is that there's an underrepresentation of Black and Latinx students and students with IEPs in our sort of most rigorous or highest level classes, right? Honors, advanced, or AP, when we compare them to white, Asian, mixed race, or typically developing peers, right? Or students without IEPs. This also cuts across economics and some other demographics. And so part of the general question has been, you know, are we giving students our best, right? One of the things that's also come up, right, is the kind of the flexibility or mobility within it. So, you know, if a student starts in a standard or college prep class, what does their trajectory look like? If a student starts in honors, what does their trajectory look like? If we could go to the next slide, please. So there are a number of challenges, and, you know, in some conversations in prep, you know, part of what we discussed is in some ways that the course enrollment that students have and the breakdown of who's in which classes in 9th grade is sort of the above the water iceberg, right? And there's a number of things and factors that go into kind of where we get. I remember a conversation, this is pre-COVID, where Margaret Eberhardt, who is now our principal at BEEP, you know, she was listening to this conversation about course recommendations. This is now probably 5 or 6 years ago. And she's like, oh, this starts in BEEP. Right? This is not a high school problem. This is not an 8th grade problem. This is a community problem. Right? This is a community challenge that runs all the way through our schools. Right? And when I was a K-8 curriculum coordinator, right, I had similar experiences. But part of what we've heard, right, and we've heard this from our middle school review, our world language review, our social studies equity audit, is, and Lisa and the student services team addressed it a few moments ago, is we don't necessarily have consistency between our K-8 schools, right? And we know some of that is instructional and curricular. We know that there's variation in curriculum itself, right? Jody described that kind of in her preamble and her introduction. We know, and we've had discussions, that we don't have district common assessments that we look at and analyze together. Certainly, educators are assessing. I don't want to misrepresent that, but as a district, we don't say like, here's a benchmark. And so we rely on things like MCAS, which if we were to use MCAS in course selection, we would have to use the 7th grade MCAS because of the timeline, right? We don't get MCAS results until the beginning of the next school year. We also know that actual recommendation processes vary by school, and the extent to which schools either are collaborative. So some schools bring the whole 8th grade team together with guidance and with special education, and they talk about students as a holistic picture. Some schools do recommendations individually. So the English teacher will make their recommendation, the math teacher will make their recommendation, and then they sort of show up with the counselor and the family, and then they have a discussion once the recommendations are made. Some schools kind of start with family and student selection and then kind of make recommendations after the fact. Others start with the recommendation and then add families in afterwards, right? And so we don't necessarily have a consistent practice. And then we are in this somewhat unique position where we have 8 feeder schools all feeding a single high school. And the time and attention, I would argue, that a smaller school like Heath or Runkle can give to their 50 students is a little bit different than a school like Rough and Ridley or Pierce can give to the 90 to 110 students that they have in their 8th grade, right? And so our processes just look somewhat different, which makes it hard to nail down a specific solution. If we could go to the next slide, please.
So
Did we have a question or? Sorry. Betsy, is it possible to get the next slide?
Are they hearing?
There we go. Thank you. So we want to dig in a little bit on math and most specifically the calculus project. So at a really high level, the calculus project is really a project designed to keep students of color in higher level math classes with the idea of supporting them on a trajectory that puts them at a calculus class as their capstone in 12th grade. And it's a cohort model in a lot of ways. And we provide a really significant investment in terms of staffing and summer programming and after school programming. And we have dedicated teachers who teach kind of blocked cohort students. So like a group of calculus project students will be in a specific course with a specific teacher with the intent of creating a supportive environment. But before the students arrive at the high school, right, we have essentially a net, right, that catches a number of students. And so one of the things that is really important is that schools, the K-8 schools will make their recommendations. And then for all of the students who are involved in calculus project or kind of on the edge of being involved in calculus project, Josh Paris, the curriculum coordinator, and then 2 of the lead teachers, Julia Namey and Betty Strong, I believe is the other teacher in there.
I think Lisa Rodriguez and Megan Kennedy Justice, but
Thank you.
Namey is involved as well. Yep.
Thank you. Apologies to the math department. They go through every student and they will have one-on-one conversations to make sure that they're in the right class. And this is math specific, but they will describe the differences between an advanced, an honors, or a college prep class, what the implications are for a student's trajectory over 4 years. And they make sure that students and families are really well informed. And again, kind of taking us all the way back to the beginning, right? Part of why we wanted to start with the holistic kind of whole student thought about the transition is that runs through the entire system, right? While yes, teachers make recommendations and we know that the patterns have some concerns and we want to make shifts to that. It's why we're doing the work to reimagine 9th grade. It's why we're also working with our middle school review to shore up the middle school work, right, and make sure that students have equal access at middle school, and why we're doing all the tier 1 instruction work that Jody has identified in goal 1 of the strategic plan. And we're still trying to take care of every student as they cross the threshold, right? And so while Calculus Project is able to have these one-on-one conversations, as Anthony described, students have counselors, students have deans. Most of our families are very engaged in the process. And so there's a number of opportunities for students to adjust their courses, adjust their levels, and to make sure in the first few weeks of schools that they find that they have a good placement. Anthony, anything you want to add?
I just wonder whether, thank you, Gabe, and thank you for talking about the Calc project. I wonder if Hal can add a little bit of specifics to that in terms of his work, both overall with the course selection and recommendation process and the intervention of the Calc project. Hal, can you give us a couple minutes on that?
I sure can. So as a regular part of that process, right at the end of the course recommendation override period, I'll sit with Megan Kennedy Justice, Lisa Rodriguez, Josh, and go through recommendations and requests at that time of the year, typically for upperclassmen. And then again during the summer, we'll do the same thing. The requests will come in, the Calc project will have run over the summer. And so Lisa and KJ especially, who are intimately involved with the Calc project all summer, will come sit in my office and look at where kids are now actually seated and adjust schedules and adjust kids' recommendations or course selections for the following year based on their real-time feedback from the summer experience with kids.
Thanks, Hal.
So I think at this point, like we've outlined where things are. I think I don't know where we are on the agenda. I know we're significantly over time, so maybe you'll take a few questions.
I imagine our colleagues are going to have questions for you, and it just might be a second before we get the audio part down.
Thanks, Sarah.
Got it up too.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions, and I'm sorry to go back because we couldn't.
We had you for a second there, and then we lost you.
You're using my
Use your computer.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? I'm using Linus's computer. Oh, thank you, Linus. Okay, I have a couple, actually have maybe 3 short questions. One is I'd love to understand a little bit more the co-teaching model, and if that for the unleveled classes and also for the sort of heterogeneous groupings, that's what you envision, having multiple kind of co-teaching models. I'd love to understand that briefly. I know we can talk about it in curriculum. Then my next question was around you said that schools have different processes around recommending 9th grade placements. And I was wondering if any schools are doing particularly better. Like, are there some schools where you don't see, and what, can we learn anything from that? Or do you think that's unique to the school? And then I wanted to understand the calculus project a little bit more. From what I've heard, these one-on-one conversations, I'm assuming, but correct me if I'm wrong, they result in more students leveling up rather than the potential. Okay. And if that's the case, and one summer is enough to sort of change a trajectory, like I wish, like that to me is like, okay, obviously the calculus project might be amazing, but also one summer after 8 years of schooling is changing children's trajectory. And what can we learn to institute, the last month of 8th grade, or somehow is there some learning, or is it that we just institute expand that? And all right, I'll stop there. Thank you.
I'm happy to jump in on the Calc project really quick because I think I may have glossed over part of it in my focus on 9th grade. So the calculus project and the summer supports and the cohorted model runs 9th grade through 12th grade for students who are involved. And so I don't want to oversell the power of one summer. I think additionally, though, they've added support, they've expanded down. So they now work with rising 8th graders. And there is some broader conversation of what could we do to support rising 7th graders or rising 6th graders. That is very preliminary. But kind of like how we have summer programming for project discovery for literacy, we actually have essentially no programming for math. And so I think there's a real opportunity there. But yeah, it's not just one summer.
And I'd really like to add to that as well, that students kind of come into themselves as learners in 7th and 8th grade, right? So sometimes what happens is the developmental age gets to be right to then receive what they need to that summer.
Thanks, Sarah. Natalia, you also asked about co-teaching. So we have a co-teaching model at the high school. It is not a model, to my understanding, that we used in the middle school or in the K-8s, and it includes a teacher with expertise in the discipline, so mathematics, paired with a special educator. And those sections have grown over time. And I think co-teaching is an important model that deserves some assessing internally in terms of how we're using resources, how we're supporting students not only in college prep and standard level, but in honors and advanced level classes also, because currently our co-teaching resources are located entirely in the standard or college prep level courses, just to name it. And in terms of different processes, I think your question is a good one. And I think what I would emphasize is we need the same process across 8 schools. And it's a process that needs work to interrupt bias. But in some cases, we have schools not making recommendations or making recommendations for all students to be in honors level classes. And then you have other schools that are making either individual, as Gabe said, individual recommendations or individual recommendations with a more holistic look by the whole team. And I think having 8 different schools with 8 or at least a few different processes is something that I've tolerated for a while, and something that moving forward, I really think structurally we need to work on. And I believe that the notion of which schools are doing, have good practices is a really important question. And I hope something that we can sink our teeth into as we prepare for a short-term solution for this school year, at least.
I'm just going to ask on my computer, can you guys hear me? Okay, so thank you for this presentation. I thought this was really helpful, and this helped me understand the details of the 9th grade schedule a great deal. I have like a macro question, so I guess I'm directing it at you, Gabe, and you, Dr. Fortuna. The problem statement of this presentation was about the 9th grade transition, and the focus of that problem statement was about equity. So it took me a while to, I guess I was confused initially as to why we were talking about 9th grade courses. What I thought the presentation was going to address was working with K-8s and the referral process a bit. Can you speak to where we are in working with K-8s and the referral process, or the extent to which that is part of the conversation relating to this problem?
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. Great question. We actually, in recognizing that this was a problem, have formed an ad hoc committee that's working right now, that's comprised of K-8 principal, one of the special education directors, our senior director of teaching and learning, not teaching and learning, that's Gabe. It is comprised of Gabe. Gabe is leading it. Senior director of social emotional learning. And that group is really working on the short term, what to do this year, how we can interrupt the implicit bias that's happening this year. And Gabe can speak a little bit more about their work. They've met a couple of times already.
Yeah, I think the key, and right as Jody described it, right, it's an ad hoc committee designed to do some short-term fixes for this year, right? One of the constant challenges of schools, part of why I like working in schools, but part of what drives me crazy about schools is we never get to pause, redesign the system, and then start, right? We are always working with live students. And so while we're trying to do this long-term work to really think about 9th grade differently and offer students a different 9th grade experience, we always have students coming into 9th grade, right? Every year. When I say math is 2 years away, that's 2 years of 9th grade students who are going to take math like it is now. And so that is a constant challenge in our work. We don't get test cases. We don't get practice. It just is. And so, we are kind of at the brainstorming stage. We've had one meeting, and we're trying to have some recommendations for process really by winter break, because then principals will need time to work with their 8th grade teams. Right. The pace of this is also challenging because we really kick off this recommendation process in January and early February. And so the principals need enough time to get some feedback on yes, we can do this process. No, Gabe, you're ridiculous, right? This team came up with something inappropriate. Get a little bit of feedback, then actually work with the 8th grade teams to do something new. And so, what we're going to see for this year are tweaks around the edges, right? I want to be transparent about that. But I do think, to Anthony's point, we can set up some baseline expectations about, we need every school to do this, right? Here are 3 or 4 steps that we need every school to do, and really get commitment from each of the 8 schools to do it. Because I think even if we have an imperfect process, if we have a consistent process, Anthony and the rest of the high school team can have an understanding of where the gaps might be and do some of that individualized after the fact work to address those gaps. When we have different processes, it's hard to predict where the gaps are.
So what was that in the presentation? What were those three or four steps for the K-8s? Or will that be part of some future presentation as a result of these? I see. Okay, so this is like half of the, this is like, okay. So at some future date, we'll have a presentation that's the result of the K working groups that gives us the other half of the equation.
Yeah, late December, early January.
And I would just say, Steve, the one thing I would just add, and Gabe, is that that working group is comprised, yes, of some, but also high school representation too. And I think it's key in terms of the bridge.
Can I speak?
Helen, I'm deputized to call on you.
Okay, thank you. So, this is not to the educators, it's actually to the school committee. I would highly recommend, for those who have not been through the 8th grade transition to 9th grade, to go to that curriculum night. It is an amazing night. I mean, I remember back when my kids were there, and you just, it's really worth going to see, because then you understand better how the high school is laid out. So that and the arts night, both. So maybe you can make sure to let us know, Anthony, when that date is, or if you know it already, to let Betsy or let us know somehow.
Thanks, Helen. We'll forward to you the transition letter that we send out to all 8th grade families when we do that, so that you know when all the events are. And I agree, the key would be curriculum night with the overview of special education programs and services, if you'd like, before, I think is important as well. And the Arts at BHS is no longer an evening event, it's a daytime event, but you are welcome to join a teaming auditorium with 8th grade kids. It's awesome.
Oh, here I am. Is it my turn? Okay, thanks. Here I am. So I'm wondering, I'm curious more about the co-teaching and how that might overlap with inclusion services or inclusion practices at the high school, and what the implications might be around budget for that. I mean, how prevalent do we think that might be? How wide do you want to spread that? And what might the budgeting implications be?
Hal, do you want to speak to the amount of FTE that we have currently in co-teaching?
I believe it's 9 FTE dedicated just to co-teaching. I'll have to double check on those numbers, but I believe that's right. Generally speaking, it's about 6 classes out of 25 classes at the 9th grade level, slightly less as you go on up through the years in each subject.
Is that in place of kids going out for services, or in addition to?
It's part of their program. I think what's especially tricky as we consider the 8th to 9th grade course selection and recommendation process is that there is not co-teaching in the K-8 schools. And so it is generally an added on service for ninth grade. And I think much of that is incredibly well-intentioned. Of course it is. And I think there are times when historically educators and families have worried about the transition to ninth grade and have said, oh, co-teaching would help. You'd have two adults in the classroom. So I think that I would make a distinction between what is needed versus what might be wanted. And so I think to your question, Suzanne, I think we need to rethink co-teaching, or at least consider how we're using those resources. Gabe, go ahead.
Yeah, I think to build on it just a little bit, right? We certainly still have small group instruction for students who need that level of intervention. So like for ninth grade, there is also a small group English class that would have to be explicitly on a student's IEP. Those are classes of maybe 7, 6, 7, 8 students, right? Very focused skill development work. Co-teaching would be kind of the next level of service where you have two teachers, right? One who's a special educator, one who's a general educator in the classroom the whole time. And then there are students with IEPs who are not in a co-teaching setting, right? They may be in the kind of the mainstream English class, let's say, let's just keep going with English. They may be in honors English, right? But as Anthony described structurally, if a student has co-teaching on their IEP, at this time, we don't have co-teaching in the honors track or lane. And so if a student has co-teaching, they either don't take honors or they voluntarily give up that service, right? Neither of those are necessarily good options if the student is capable of the work. And understandably, students have IEPs with a variety of different services. So a student may have, IEP services or IEP goals in math, no goals in like English or literacy. So they may be in honors English, but in co-taught math, right? Part of the IEP is it's individualized, right? Each student is complex.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. I would like to explore this more going forward. Just kind of take a look at it and see where we provide the best services. I know every student its plan is individualized, but I'd love to spend a little more time thinking about this and how we can offer the right services in the least restrictive environment.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
It may not be the primary driver, but I think one of the things we've seen in WISP, the world history class, is when we have one class and we have 24 sections to offer, we have many more varieties of ways to distribute students and to organize students. When we have the multiple levels, students sometimes get pigeonholed into a particular class.
I thank you. I have a related question to Suzanne's, more specific to the co-teaching versus having a single teacher. So you provided some examples of that at the high school. Is that primarily just for purposes of IEP, or are these classes substantively different in terms of teaching model? So are classes that are co-taught, do they cover material in different ways compared to a class with a single teacher? Are these vastly different experiences for students in each class?
David, that's a great question. I would describe them as certainly not vastly different in terms of curriculum or content. They are college prep or standard level classes that are the same content-wise, curriculum-wise across each of the departments that have co-teaching. And there are 4: math, science, English, and social studies. The difference is having embedded in the classroom a special educator providing expert special ed instruction. And so it makes sense why students appreciate having a second educator to talk through how one might go about structuring an essay or offering instruction on using graphic organizers to do some note taking. I would say those specific examples, really good teachers do that. Regular ed and special ed teachers do that. But I would not describe the experience as the course experience as vastly different. But I'd welcome Jody or Gabe or Hal to add.
All right, thank you. Any other school committee members have questions? All right, any final remarks from anyone who has presented on this topic? Seeing none, thank you oh, sorry, go ahead, Gabe.
Just thanks for the opportunity, right? You know, the more visibility we have on any of the work we're doing, the easier it is to continue to do the work and get the support and make sure people know what's going on. So we appreciate the time.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting. It was quite interesting. We
Thank you.
will now move on to subcommittee and liaison reports. Helen, do you have anything on capital?
So can you all hear me?
We can.
Yeah, okay, terrific. We did not meet this month. There was a lot going on with Driscoll, and there really wasn't time to put together a good agenda for this month. We will be meeting in December. As everybody heard, Driscoll School has opened and is running, so that's terrific. There will be a school building committee meeting for the Pierce School on November 20. Oh, just one sec. I'm sorry. November 29th. And then one in January, on January 11th. The 11th will be on sustainability, actually. So that might be an interesting topic. The one this time will be a sort of quick run through the design. I'm hoping that we will have a presentation to the full school committee, maybe at the January 18th meeting of the design, and we will have estimates back at that time too, 70% estimates. So I think it might be a good time to have everybody there.
All right, thank you, Helen. Suzanne, anything on curriculum?
No, we meet on November 28th. So that's it.
Valerie, anything on DEIJ?
We're meeting with policy on the 20th, and just in terms of Driscoll, I'll just quickly go to the December 4th. We're having the ribbon cutting ceremony at 4 o'clock at the new Driscoll, with tours at 3 and 3:30 before the short presentation, and then also at 4:30 and 5 after the speaking portion and the celebration.
All right, thank you. Suzanne, anything on government relations? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Val, go ahead. Government relations.
Hi again. So we are meeting with our legislators early in 2024, and we're looking at a date now to just get our legislative priorities together in December, early January.
All right, thank you. As you just mentioned, Val, policy will be meeting jointly with DEIJ on November 20th. That meeting will start at 5 o'clock. Are there any additional liaisons and or other updates?
Can I just say?
What about the MASC meeting?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to whoever for allowing us to go to the Superintendent Guillory and I went, as we mentioned, to the conference and for the school committee and the state superintendents. And it was a really good conference. And at some point, I might share some of that with you. Yeah, MASC. Yeah, and MASS. They have a joint.
Now, just a little bit of administrative business. Sarah and Natalia, I want to give you the opportunity to take votes on the first couple of items, which were our lone votes of the evening. One was regarding the consent agenda. The other was regarding a vote to authorize steps to success to serve beer and wine at their annual community fundraiser. Sarah, would you like to vote on those two?
I'll say yes to both.
I can't hear you, Sarah.
Yes to both.
Okay, Natalia?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So now we will move to new business. Any new business?
Want to just announce Natalia votes on mic over.
Yes. Just so those of you in the public know, Natalia is voting yes on both the consent agenda as well as serving beer and wine at the Steps to Success Annual Community Fundraiser. Any new business? Seeing none, thank you very much to those of you who were listening over YouTube or Zoom. We apologize for the technical difficulties. Betsy did a marvelous job of trying to manage a trying situation. And thank you to Helen for answering your phone so promptly, allowing many of us here in the school committee room to ask our questions. And thank you, Stephen and Dr. Guillory, for lending us your computers so that we could speak during the latter part. And thank you to members of the public who attended, participated in public comment, and some of you have stayed until the end. Good night, everyone.